Okay, good evening, everyone. Welcome. If I could call this meeting to order. If we could please start with a moment of silence for prayer or reflection. Okay, thank you.
Point of order, Your Worship.
Yes, go ahead.
Being that I'm dressed up for the occasion, I just want to wish all the people that are here in the gallery, because there's so many tonight, Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year from Council to all of you. And I hope that the festive mood and the jacket makes you happy. All right, so I hope you have a good night here tonight, and Merry Christmas to you all.
Thank you.
Okay, so first up we'll have adoption of the agenda.
Any additions? All right, seeing none, accept the agenda.
Next we have adoption of the minutes, item 3.1 on page 9. You'll find minutes from our last meeting on December the 3rd.
Any errors or omissions? Okay, seeing none, we'll accept them.
Okay, moving on now to presentations. Our first presentation tonight is actually from Mayor Clugston to present the financial awards for reporting to Dennis Egert and Lola Barton, and for financial reporting to Colleen Graham.
I can't stress enough about our appreciation on behalf of City Council to the staff. This has just become almost second nature that we continue to receive this award, both of these awards, year after year after year. I think it's the 17th year in a row that we've received this recognition. And so people might expect that it's just an easy or something that just happens to every municipality in Canada, but it doesn't. It is a reflection upon our staff about how open and transparent our financial statements are, and how, and of course, our communications department has made them, as financial statements go, page turners, interesting to read, and with some important, interesting facts as well inside. So I have three. We've been recognized again from the governors of financial. What's this GFO stand for again? Financial Officers Association. So I have the first one is for Colleen, who's in our head of communications. And the second one is for Dennis, and I also have one for Lola, but Dennis will accept it on behalf of Lola.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Our next presentation, item 4.2, is land use bylaw amendments for 352 Primrose Drive Southeast. And Kent Snyder, who's our General Manager of Planning, will be giving an overview on this.
Welcome, Mr. Snyder. You have the floor.
Your Worship and members of Council, I've got a short presentation for you today to highlight the application for land use change in front of you, and then I'll give some high-level planning considerations to help in your deliberations. There we go. So this slide shows the subject parcel. It is, the application is at 352 Primrose Drive. The current zoning is open space, and the application by the applicant is to take it to medium-density residential. The parcel is located at the corners of College Drive and Primrose Drive, and the area surrounding it, the current zoning is, as you can see, the light yellow is low-density residential, the darker orange is medium-density residential, and the green is open space. The parcel is currently does not have a legal designation of reserve. It is not a formal municipal reserve parcel. It is not a formal environmental reserve parcel. It doesn't have any legal designation as a park, but the current zoning is open space. And historically, it has been used for open space activities, at times rather active and intense. More recently, rather passive uses, and as well, it has been utilized as a construction laydown area too. So my position or my role is as regulator, not applicant. And so some of the application or some of the considerations we look at when we have a parcel like this, an application like this, or very similar other parcels, is three things I'd like to highlight for council. And that is, does the application meet our policy and plans that council has set forward? Are there any technical development considerations that this particular site has that could present challenges or opportunities? And then a very important one for infill applications like this is, does the application fit within the community? So this slide is our municipal development plan. And our municipal development plan is our longest viewing plan. It looks 40 years out, talks about where we're going to grow as a community, what we want to be, how we're going to grow. A major plank of this plan that council adopted several years ago is infill, redeveloping, creating new development parcels in existing mature neighborhoods. This is not new to Medicine Hat. This is not unique to us. Many other communities in North America are going down this road, and it is to increase vibrancy of mature neighborhoods, and it is also much more cost-effective for growth in terms of utilizing the infrastructure we have rather than continually growing further out on the edges. So this plan is very aggressive in terms of it has looked or proposes that 40% of all our growth over the next 4 decades is these types of applications, infill redevelopment. The plan also talks about not just specific areas, but all established communities within the city are on the table for redevelopment. So we do believe, from our planning perspective, that this application does meet our long-term policies and plans. So moving on to the second consideration is development considerations. So looking very specifically at this 1.2 hectare parcel, and are there any challenges with developing it? So there are many, many challenges when we look at development. I'll just focus on 3, which I think seem to have bubbled up to the top in this discussion. First one is groundwater. Definitely an important consideration. And this neighborhood, this area, has had groundwater issues in the past. There's been a lot of study that the city has done. There has been some infrastructure work that the city has done to try to address groundwater concerns. The belief through previous city work is that the groundwater in this area is perched water table. Water trapped in a pocket between layers of soil, and once it is tapped, it is actually draining if it has somewhere to drain. So new development, pipes, storm sewers actually drain perched water tables. That is our belief in this area. We experienced that with the work that was done in Primrose Drive several years ago. It is also the experience of the city in Southlands. Different community, but similar issues with groundwater. New development actually improves groundwater situations. Okay, any parcel, new development on the edge or infill, has concerns about traffic and parking. The major network spine in this area is College Drive. In 2017, the traffic count was 7,500 vehicles per day. Sounds like a lot. It is, depending on the perspective and context. In looking at the city network, it's not a lot of vehicles. This would classify and is classified as a collector roadway. The design and the capacity to carry vehicles is around 12,000 vehicles per day. So this network is not overloaded in terms of traffic, in terms of the context of what we expect from the rest of the city, for the rest of the city. Parking is an issue too, and our rules in the land use bylaw ensure that any parking requirements for these types of development are contained on site. So we have the ability to ensure that parking doesn't spill off into the neighborhood, that the development proposed, if council approves the land use change, would have enough parking on site. Same with traffic. So if there was a development that was substantial, very intense, we have the ability through the land use bylaw to ask for traffic impact assessments and improvements that the site developer would have to pay to mitigate any negative consequences or issues that transportation may cause. Very sticky button. Open space. So this is the third development consideration, and just trying to want to convey the planning perspective in terms of open space and communities and neighborhoods across the city. So when we look at this slide, the light green areas are the formal municipal reserve park areas, landscaped, irrigated parcels, where active recreation is possible to some degree, and that is also where our playgrounds in this community neighborhood are. The green area is the natural area, environmental reserve. Great for passive recreation, but you're not going to go throw a frisbee in that area. So when we look at what is the context of how much open space we want as a community, or what's an appropriate level of open space, new communities on the edges are required to give 10% of their area dedicated to municipal reserve parks. Prior to the province, that's through the Municipal Government Act, providing that standard, some of our older communities have much less. So you'll hear about Riverside tonight. That's an older community, and that has 2.5% of its area as open space. So if we look at this and remove the subject parcel, don't count it, don't count the lake or the pond, the natural area, don't count the golf course because that's private lands. This community, as it sits now, has plus 15% open space of the neighborhood. So from a planning perspective, looking at how we judge other neighborhoods and other communities, we see that this area does have sufficient open space. So we come to the third consideration. This one is definitely the most subjective. We have a planning perspective, but you have a public hearing tonight to hear from the community. And so you're going to hear the planning input, but truly to have a well-rounded discussion, you need that input from the community, and that is why through the Municipal Government Act, we have public hearing structures and processes so that the community can come to council and talk about how they feel they're impacted. So from a planning perspective, we look at a parcel that is in a community that has lots of open space, in a community that has existing infrastructure available, would not overload on a servicing point, transportation or servicing, and rather isolated as well in terms of its parcel location. It shares a boundary with only one other private residential property. There's only about 20 or so private properties that if they were standing on their property, they could actually see this development site. Additionally, from a planning context only, we're not talking about how the community perceives the impact, but from a planning impact, a common threshold we use is about 400 meters. It's a 5-minute walk. It's kind of almost the entire length of downtown, and beyond that, it's hard to quantify any planning impacts, and so the impact from any development diminishes over distance. And so this slide shows a 400-meter radius of those folks within a 5-minute walk of this parcel. We're not suggesting that others outside of this aren't impacted, but from a planning perspective, measurable components, it's difficult to justify impact beyond 400 meters. Okay, there's only 2 more slides. Approach to infill. So how does council balance that? The planning department would like to suggest, and maybe an appropriate way, to look at infill, because any infill, this application or others, is a challenge. So perhaps a way forward is that both statements need to be true. The first one, no neighborhood should experience radical change. Second one as well, no neighborhood should be exempt from change. So we all have a part to play. Every neighborhood needs to be able to, if it's appropriate, accommodate redevelopment if we're to achieve our long-term goals. So summary considerations, speaking from a planning perspective, policy and plans, we do think that this application satisfies what council has set forth. There are technical development considerations that we believe are not a burden or a barrier to developing that specific site. Community is a question mark. From our perspective, it fits, but you'll hear from the community on their views as well. So staff and the Municipal Planning Commission recommend adoption of bylaw 4499, and I can field any questions if there are.
Just for those of you in the audience here tonight, there will be 3 more presentations tonight on various things from budgets, and then we will have the public hearing. So just if you think just that's how the process is going to unfold. So now if anybody in council has any questions or comments of Mr. Snyder. Oh, sorry, Councillor Somraj.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I have some questions for GM Snyder. On your last slide, you had community as a question mark. That doesn't seem entirely accurate. They did an open house where, and I think the results of the survey found that on average the score was 1.2, which was strongly disagree with development on this site. So it seems the community is not against this here. I'd also question your description of MPC as recommending this. I was at that MPC meeting. It seemed that MPC didn't want to get in between the angry crowd and council on that one, so they just moved it along. I guess there's a couple of questions here. What is the role of MPC in this process here, other than to just, I mean, in this case, it seemed like they were just going to rubber stamp it and move it on to us for the decision here, but, I mean, what is their role in an advisory capacity here?
Through the chair, I'll tackle perhaps the community survey component. So we are aware that the applicant conducted their open house and received a lot of feedback, and that the overwhelming majority of that feedback was one of concern of this proposal. So as regulator, that process of feedback was driven by the applicant. Our standard is not to do the open house. We definitely encourage any developer to go talk to the neighbors. So we're appreciative that the applicant did do that in this case. We as well look at the input received, but we're not, although the concerns are legitimate, it was hard to measure in terms of consistency of how we approach other development applications in the city. So some of the concerns of loss of open space or design character or intensity can still be managed through an approval of land use. And so we didn't feel that those concerns necessarily were a barrier to the city council amending the land use bylaw to accommodate this change. The MPC, it was a different meeting through the chair. I don't believe I would be appropriate for me to speak to what MPC, what they had in their hearts and their minds when they made that recommendation. Perhaps the chair could speak to that, but MPC's role is to be a planning advisory body that provides council with review of staff report and then its recommendation to council.
Thank you.
Councillor Dumanowski.
Thank you, Your Worship. To GM Snyder, thank you for the presentation. And I want to start by saying I know you're a very loyal servant of the community in this City Hall, and I know your comments and your portrayal of facts is being done to the best interests of everyone. In saying that, your presentation specifically cited the water table as not being an issue in the area. In fact, you went so far as to say that the water table ought to be improved by a development. So am I hearing you then say you're guaranteeing the residents of Medicine Hat in that area, there will be absolutely no future water table issues or water problems in any basements going forward. My second point is around traffic and parking, and you indicated that the development typically takes into consideration off-site parking so that it's adequate for the development. I won't name new developments right now, but I can argue easily that some of the new developments that I'm aware of took into those same considerations, and yet we find many vehicles parking on street because there is gross inadequate parking stalls off street. Your open space metric of 15%, I understand how you garnered that and you showed that and articulated it well. My question would be around the open spaces that promote open recreation. Some of those spaces that you calculate, as I understand it, are very odd-shaped and probably are not conducive for any kind of real meaningful recreation. There are some open coulee areas, which I understand as part of that open space, but not in that same calculation. But I think we could argue, I think the residents would argue that that open space that is up for proposed development would be one of the largest parcels of open green space in that area. And so my question to you is around some of the facts that you've presented today, because I want to be certain that if we are, whatever perspective I take on this and my vote ultimately supports or is against, I want it to be based on facts, and I want to ensure that this public hearing is a testimony to that.
GM Schneider, I'm not sure if you have to answer the groundwater question, but if you feel comfortable answering, go ahead.
Through the chair. There's nobody, and I would really question their integrity if they could offer that type of guarantee. But we have looked at it as city staff, and in any development consideration, we do not have guarantees. We don't have 100% certainty, but we do feel very certain that for this area, there are enough measures and risk measures and mitigations available that groundwater should not be an issue, that we would restrict development at this site. So if this was not an infill site, this would not be a groundwater issue. We've gotten very good, not we as in city, but developers and engineering developers can mitigate around all kinds of things. So in order to provide more certainty at the development permit process, so if council was to adopt this land use change, we would require drilling, we would require geotechnical studies, new fresh studies for that particular parcel as part of a development review. And we would review that, and so there would be engineer stamps by outside consultants saying, good, not good, or you need to do this to solve it. So there is forms of guarantees from other engineers that would be present. And then we have conditions of approval that we can make sure that what is found in those studies does get implemented. Through the chair, on the transportation question, all of the development should, hopefully, be following the rules for parking. Those rules are set by council. So if they're not quite right, they can be calibrated, but those are the rules for what we've got in place and what council has instructed staff to provide. And through the chair, on the final question, the open space, very valid points. There are some odd shapes. You're not putting a baseball field in there. You're not putting a soccer field in there. Those are valid observations.
Thank you. Councillor Hirsch.
Well, Your Worship, it's more about process than the point to the location in question. So, back 10 years ago, we kind of had the same situation with some vacant land that was turned to vacant. It was an empty greenhouse down in Harlow that actually ended up becoming infill. Same procedure. The land classification got changed, obviously, to at the time it was R4. You could put, or R3. Sorry, you could put fourplexes, etc., which created a lot of consternation in the neighborhood, of course. And what my question is do we have an ability, and maybe I can bring this up at MPC because I sit on it, to, if we're doing this infill discussions, can we somehow limit, even though the designation, because when this first got rolled out, I think people instantly go to worst-case scenario. It's going to be a 4-story apartment building. It's going to be just a monstrosity in this neighborhood, to the point where I think maybe if we would have been on top of this and in front of it, and I'm not even saying the city, because we're just following natural municipal planning guidelines. But when it's something like this, do we have the ability to get in front of this to say it has to match the neighborhood, it has to be consistent? Because I think if we're doing some infill like this on a go-forward basis, we certainly don't want to entertain any ideas that it's going to be a free-for-all and that sort of stuff. So just more your thoughts on this?
Through the chair, those are great observations, absolutely. Infill and redevelopment, no community has figured it out. So this is a scenario that plays out in many communities where residents and property owners are concerned with legitimately concerns with some redevelopment. And so there are strategies that communities employ and that we're looking at as well. One of them is area redevelopment plans, so that's another level of planning. You'll see that tonight in Riverside that provides hopefully a little bit more of a blueprint for redevelopment. You'll also see communities, and we're exploring this as well, a little more, a special zone or a special overlay within the land use bylaw for infill areas that provides a little more tight scrutiny, a little bit smaller window of potential uses and intensity of uses, a little bit more consideration for design elements to match the community. So those are areas that we can go as well.
Thank you, Councillor Samraj.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I understand that there are a lot of benefits for the city for infill developments. It prevents urban sprawl. It prevents the hollowing out of mature neighborhoods. I think Riverside is kind of an exemplary case of this, with the school leaving and the pool closing, and we can see the negative effects of that. But there are downsides to infill development as well. I think sometimes there's the conception that infill just means the loss of green space and that we're going to continually lose more green space as a kind of slippery slope here. I was wondering if you could talk about maybe what a broader sense of what infill developments actually refer to. That's my first question. The other related point to this is, I mean, obviously when you buy a home, it's probably going to be the biggest purchase that you have. You want some predictability there for your investment. What is the argument? I mean, why should we approve any land use change? Thank you.
Through the chair. The benefits of infill, or how infill is accomplished, I think was the question. Most communities, ours included, the easier ones are vacant parcels, albeit not ones that have been used for park-like activities, but for vacant parcels that are underutilized and can be redeveloped. A trend as well is older industrial areas, because as cities grew, we had industrial properties or developments much closer to the center of downtown. They've moved out to proper industrial parks, and so we see opportunities for brownfield industrial sites. Probably, though, the most significant form of redevelopment, and we'll see that here as well over the coming decades, is intensification. So knockdown of a couple homes or a home, and perhaps it's a duplex or a fourplex. All infill is difficult. All infill is not easy, and presents challenges that frankly no community has really figured out. So, but the benefits to the broader community are extremely large, and important that we figure that out, at least in our local context. So the second question of why rezone any land, if we want to grow, that is what needs to happen. If a new community on the edge is proposed, they need a rezoning. So growth, anything growth related means rezoning. Land uses rezoning are very fluid. Every property in the city has had a zoning change at some point. That's to recognize market trends, family demographics, growth in the city, financial sustainability. So zoning is not a guaranteed. That is fluid, and every community, every municipality, zoning changes if they want to grow.
Thank you, Councillor Turnbull.
Thank you, Your Worship. So I don't know if this is the proper time to ask this question, but perhaps if, Kent, if you can't comment, maybe you could go through to Commissioner Schwarzenberger. I think one of the important elements that hasn't been brought up here is City of Medicine Hat. You and I as citizens, we own this piece of land. So we don't have to sell it to anybody for any reason other than what we want. We can decide exactly what goes into that property that in fact answers your question, that fits the neighborhood. So since I'm not the expert here, I would like to get some comments from Commissioner, if you don't mind, or you can answer it yourself if you feel happy about that. And perhaps even a comment after that from our city solicitor, who will give us the legal statement of how a city who owns the land, the owner of the land, you and I, can decide on what sort of development is put into there. So, thank you.
You want to try?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One of the techniques that is quite often employed by property owners when they're developing land or seeking to have land developed is the use of architectural controls or design guidelines. The Land and Business Board or Land and Properties Department has utilized that tool actually on a fairly frequent basis. And one of the outcomes that we're trying to drive with that is compatibility with adjacent properties or adjacent neighborhoods, so that in effect, the new developments will fit in. Did that answer your question? Okay.
Thank you, Councillor McIntosh.
Thanks, Your Worship. So just looking for some clarification, and this probably goes back well before your time, Mr. Schneider. The open space designation that we're talking about tonight is directly neighboring environmental reserve or a municipal reserve. Why did this space not at some point transform into a legitimate reserve, if you can answer that?
Through the chair, I can't answer that with perfect knowledge, but some of the context around where we see reserve parcels is that reserve parcels are very deliberate. They're not accidentally designated reserve, they're very purposeful. Because once it has a reserve, legal designation of reserve, it's extremely hard to do anything else with it. And so if a parcel that is right next to other reserve parcels on either side is not a reserve parcel, I think that's telling that it purposely was not included as a reserve parcel.
Thank you, Councillor Samraj.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I think what's interesting about the democratic process is that we don't have set outcomes, so the process by which we go through these decisions is what's important. So, I mean, I have some questions here about the process that we've gone through here, and there's a public engagement part of this. I'm just curious about what we were hoping to learn from this. I don't like asking for information if we're not going to use it. Obviously, the decision to rezone this does not hinge on whether the local neighborhood here is in support or against it. If that's the case, why ask them at all whether they are for or against this? I mean, let's take the opposite view. I mean, let's say that the survey results returned that almost everybody was in favor of this. I mean, presumably, we would use that as a plank in our argument in favor of this. Now that it's the opposite, I mean, we basically have to ignore it. I'm just trying to reconcile why we asked this with a recommendation to rezone it.
So through the chair, the process of the open house, just want to reiterate again, was in addition to the standard process that we ask any developer or applicant to go through. Why do we do it? Well, the province tells us we need a public hearing for these types of changes, for transparency, accountability, so that community can have a say in how their city is built. So as well, why would you go to the public? Well, to not assume the outcome. So we don't know, or the developer would not know at the start if it was going to be accepted by the community or not. I think to assume either way would not be fair and transparent. As well, often, not necessarily in this case, but potentially, but in a lot of other infill cases, the concern can be fleshed out, it can be understood by the developer, and their design and their plans can change to accommodate and mitigate. So in general, consultation and engagement with the community, I think, is valuable even if the response is not what you'd like to hear. as an applicant, and as well that you weren't able to satisfy their concerns.
Go ahead. I have a question about the traffic capacity that you cited in your presentation. You said that right now the vehicles per day was around 7,500, but the road was created to accommodate 12,000. I was just curious about how that traffic standard is set. I mean, presumably the road could accommodate bumper-to-bumper traffic 24 hours a day. I wouldn't call that capacity. I'm just curious about how that standard is set. Thank you.
Through the chair. The road classifications and the standards associated with them are built on best engineering practice and standards across the country, and then tweaked to our community expectations of level of service. So a community like ours does not have the same expectations as a larger municipality like a Calgary or Edmonton, where they are conditioned to bumper-to-bumper traffic. Our expectation and our standards for what roads can carry and how long it takes to get to a certain point are less. But they are all built off of national standards.
I have one final question. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just occurred to me, obviously the neighborhood really likes this parcel of land. Could they purchase the property themselves in order to protect it?
Okay. Okay, go ahead.
Through the chair, if there's a willing buyer and a willing seller, any transaction can occur. I guess the question council would have to answer is, what would council expect from the parcel? Do they want to see it developed or do they not?
Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Turnbull?
Thank you, Worship. I did ask our solicitor to also comment, so I don't know if he wants to, but I think it's really important that when we say that we have this ability, and Development Infrastructure Commissioner says we do, but it's always good to have a lawyer's viewpoint. And in fact, are we legally able to sell property with conditions? Thank you.
Well, through the chair, the city, being the landowner, has a lot more control as if it did not own the land. It's not uncommon for the city to impose development guidelines on properties it sells and then require the purchaser to obtain a development permit based upon those development guidelines and sell the land, and then require them to commence construction of that development based upon those approved guidelines. So it'd be up to the city to determine what sort of architectural or other controls they want to impose, but that could be imposed through the land sales agreement and require them to follow those plans to the initial construction.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Friesen?
Well, Your Worship, I think it was partly just answered, but, you know, I'm always concerned when there's a zoning change proposed, that once the land is zoned that way, there's no going back. You can't base it on a development because the development could change in the end, but the zoning is already established. So the zoning that is proposed is an RMD district that allows for apartments, duplexes, and backyard suites being discretionary uses. We also, as the owner, would have the right to establish some development guidelines, and that's just been talked about a little bit here. So I just, for the benefit of everyone else listening, and perhaps for my own clarification, I just would like GM Snyder to really articulate what that means. If it was zoned that, what could really go in there? And how would we go about establishing development guidelines that would protect some of the concerns of the very real concerns of the neighbors?
So through the chair, I think I can handle the first piece of the question in terms of what types of uses or developments could go in a medium-density residential district, and then perhaps the commissioner could answer the part two. So we have a land use bylaw, and all parcels within the city have zones, and then in each zone has permitted uses. So if they meet the rules in the land use bylaw, that's a right. They get that approval. So those uses that a developer could develop on this site are multiple unit residential development. So then you have to go to the definitions. But basically it is a townhouse or 3 units or more type development. So a low-rise townhouse has individual doors. It's not an apartment. So that is very certain that that could be located on an RMD parcel. There are discretionary uses, and so then with discretionary uses, planning staff or the Municipal Planning Commission can look at the proposed development and tweak it. It's not a guarantee. If it doesn't fit the community character, if there's too many development issues with it, we do not have to give an approval for that. So some of those uses are apartments, backyard suite, duplex, garages, home occupations, and secondary suite. So I think probably the most pertinent would be the concern of the apartments.
Any other questions or comments of the presenter? Oh, yeah, okay.
Through the chair, just to build on that response, I'm sure council remembers as well that any discretionary use decision can be appealed. So if there is concern in the community about what was being approved, an appeal could be launched, and that would go to the appeal board. With respect to how the development guidelines get developed and are incorporated into the future development of the property, of any property, in this case, the Land and Business Support Department would develop those guidelines. And a lot of the input that's already been received would inform some of those guidelines being developed in terms of what the concerns are in the community. And that would be incorporated into the sales and marketing strategy report that would end up coming to council before we ever put the property on the market. Does that help?
Okay, and just to follow up, thank you. And this is not meant as a criticism, but I just can't imagine why we would have an open house and this kind of response from the community and then apparently not listen. I just don't get it. And
Okay. Okay, so.
I'm sorry, I know it's not- I know it's
Council,
not-
questions of the presenter, please?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
And then also,
I'm
I'm going to
going-
ask the
I'm-
gallery, yays, nays, just please listen passively, thank you.
And I'm getting there. I'm getting there. So my question is, I really don't understand that. So if we really do take into account all that feedback, I just don't see in what the recommendation is, I don't see it reflected there. So I just don't understand how the process goes. Is it, you still just move ahead with what you believe is right, and you've rationalized it. I'm not criticizing you. I just don't quite understand.
I do think you answered, Councillor Sommerard asked a similar question, but if you want to answer it again.
I don't have anything further to offer.
Yeah, okay. Any other questions or comments of the presenter? Okay, if we could get a motion for reception.
So move.
Second.
Okay, if we could vote. That was unanimous, thank you.
Our next presentation is also on the same topic, item 4.3, and this is from Grant McKay, who's our General Manager of Land and Business Support.
Welcome, Mr. McKay, you have the floor.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of council. Thank you for the opportunity tonight. Manager of the Land and Business Support Department and essentially the applicant for this rezoning application. My intent is to speak fairly briefly to you about the whys, the whats, the hows, and the whens regarding this application. Many of the points that I was going to cover have already been somewhat addressed, so I'll try and be brief in my remarks. So as City Council knows, part of the Land and Business Support role as the city's land agent is to bring forward for council consideration land-related opportunities consistent with council's expressed strategic priorities. Traditionally, this has been focused through our new subdivisions, but more recently under council's direction, a much stronger emphasis is now being placed on infill developments and infill opportunities. In this particular instance related to 352 Primrose Drive, Land and Business Support sought and received direction from City Council earlier this year to bring forward an application to consider rezoning to medium-density residential. This has been done for essentially two coinciding reasons. First of all is the consistency with Council's identified key priorities for the term, spanning from reduced land maintenance costs to facilitating private sector development, selling land inventory not considered to be part of the city's land development strategy, nor required for further municipal purposes, maximizing the use of existing infrastructure, supporting intensification and infill development, as well as supporting a variety of housing options within the community. Secondly, we are well aware from our role as the marketing agent on behalf of the city's land holdings, there is significant interest in this property from the private sector. We've received several proposals regarding infill, medium-density residential development, as well as commercial development as well, I might add. So to us, it made sense that we bring forward to council this rezoning application to get the site ready for essentially marketing it to the community. And rather than putting that risk on a developer, taking that risk on ourselves and establishing whether or not this property is indeed for sale. So with the direction that we received from City Council, Land and Business Support engaged consulting assistance from Stantec and to make the rezoning application as per established requirements under the MGA and our local planning authority. And as part of that process, as already has been alluded to tonight, there was a public information session held on September the 5th, actually on site. The purpose of that public information session, and that was a question from Councillor Samraj, was really to inform and to provide background so that the citizenry could become aware of what was being planned, why this rezoning application was being made, the associated permitted and discretionary uses permissible, as well as when and how the matter was going to be brought before council through this public hearing process. And of course, providing an opportunity for public input into council's decision-making process this evening. Well over 100 residents attended that public information session, largely from the surrounding neighborhood, but not exclusively. A total of 97 comment cards were received both during and after the event. And as has been alluded to tonight, the responses indicated an extremely low level of support from the community for that land use redesignation. In fact, I think the numbers were about 92% opposed. Some of the key themes that were brought through some of the written comments were including the following. Recently completed improvements to the site for grading, irrigation, and sodding. That would now be a waste of resources to have that undone at this particular time. Also, the loss of open space of any kind to any form of development was certainly seen, and is certainly seen as undesirable by the community surrounding it. And also, if rezoned, there is concern existing over the final built form, the occupancy of that residential development, and the impacts to such matters as traffic and parking. Again, some questions about that this evening. Although it's fairly obvious that this rezoning application is consistent with many of council's stated priorities, it is also very clear that the vast majority of those members of the public who have made their opinions known to date have indicated very strong opposition to this rezoning application. One final item that I was going to bring up, and already has been discussed to some extent today, is development guidelines. So it's worth noting again, I think, for council's consideration that should it decide to proceed forward with any form of rezoning, that development guidelines are an option that we have available. It is something that we use regularly within the Land and Business Support Department and the sales agreements that we enter into for primarily multifamily and commercial development in our new subdivisions. These development guidelines could be easily incorporated into any sales agreement that would ultimately be required for any particular party to acquire this land and develop it into a form suitable. Again, we would be looking at things like attempting to raise the quality of design, focusing on such criteria as building scale and proportion, architectural features, site design, and landscaping. And as I mentioned, this is quite common, and we do this very regularly in our current subdivisions. The other thing I'd like to mention about the development guidelines is they don't need to be overly complicated, but they still can be a very effective way for council to achieve a higher quality of design if it so desires, and certainly meet any expectations that council wishes to place upon a particular development. So with that, I'll conclude my remarks and certainly welcome any questions you may have.
Thank you. Councillor Hirsch.
Well, Your Worship, just more a question again on process, or just maybe practice, quite frankly. So I try to live in a world where we have no surprises, and so, you know, I go back a few years ago when I played soccer as a child on that open space. With that sort of intentionality that it was always on the books for sale, what would be the harm of having a for sale sign showing intentionality for the purpose of selling the property? Because I think it's one of those things where you grow up for many, many years thinking it's just open space, or maybe it's not on the real estate listing to sell, and you presume that it's just like part of the neighborhood until it actually starts, maybe you got an offer. I guess I'm wondering is if in our infill properties, is it appropriate for us to indicate that this is absolutely for sale, that it kind of removes any kind of, if there is any frustration or or knowledge in the fact that, you know, it's always been a green space. We'll know it's actually a piece of land that is for sale. And I guess I'm just wondering, go forward, if that's something that you guys have thought about doing, because again, let's just be clear, state our intentions and that sort of thing. Just your thoughts on that?
If I may, through the chair to Councillor Hurst. So in effect, if council decides to rezone this property in some form, that's exactly what we'll be doing. We'll be placing a sign out there and advertising it, putting on the open market. And certainly that's a practice we do on many of our infill developments. So whether it's the 12 Gearing Road site beside the Moose Ball Diamonds, or the Lions Park infill site on 2nd Street there, or the former fire hall site up in 20th Street. Those are all properties that we're presently marketing, and that technique is certainly used. In this particular case, because of the history to the site of it being open space, and I think the expectation of the surrounding community that it is a form of a park or an open space area, we thought it would be a bit more appropriate to be upfront about that and say, before we try to market it and put it out there for sale and raise questions through that process, let's address whether council wishes to rezone it or not. Because quite frankly, if council wishes to not rezone it, we're done. There is nothing to sell, right? But if council does, then as I described, we will be moving forward with our marketing efforts.
Thank you. Councillor Samraj.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a question for Jim McKay. I'm curious. We undertook this open house because we're proposing a change to the land use here. When the Viner Center was being proposed to be located here, did we do any kind of community surveys at that time? Do you recall?
Yes, through the chair to Councillor Samraj, it just turns out that I was involved with that project at that time as well, so I do have a little bit of history on it. And yes, I can confirm that we did have some public engagement. I believe we had an open house or information session at the Kinplex Kin Room prior to that particular site being advocated and essentially a design concept being proposed. It wasn't it wasn't a matter of rezoning, though. In that particular case, because a community center is an acceptable use on an open space, rezoning was not required. So the rezoning was not really a contentious issue. It was the cost of developing on that site that ultimately saw that proposal go down.
Yes, I realize that. I guess my question was slightly different, but presumably some of the same concerns that the development that this has spurred might have come up, but that was during that time as well. I was just curious whether you recall whether traffic or congestion or any of these other ones that have come up here came up then as well. Thank you.
Once again, through the chair to Councillor Samraj, so some of the same concerns, particularly around the massing of the structure on site and its proposed location within the boundaries, certainly came up. And there was efforts made in terms of the design and the architectural concept for the site to try and address some of those concerns.
Thank you.
Any other questions to the presenter? If we could have a motion for reception.
Second.
We could vote. That was unanimous. Thank you.
Our next presentation, item 4.4, is regarding the Riverside Area Redevelopment Plan. We have Robert Sissons here, who's our Superintendent of Planning and Development Services.
Welcome, Mr. Sissons.
So good afternoon, Your Worship and members of council. So my name is Robert Sissons and I'm with Planning and Development Services, and I'm here to present the Riverside Area Redevelopment Plan. So what are neighborhood plans? They're basically long-term guiding documents that are going to inform decisions about land use, transportation, servicing, those types of things. And they really bridge the gap between what we have as larger city plans and specific applications. So why a neighborhood plan for Riverside? So we wanted to manage the change in the neighborhood a little bit better, as there wasn't enough detail in that larger city plan. Riverside has seen a significant number of changes over the past few years, and will also see some in the future. There was also some concerns about lack of awareness around a lot of projects. So this plan is a starting point for information, and it really consolidates a lot of information together in one spot. And we also need to be a bit more proactive. So the plan does seek to achieve council and public goals as well. So what was the planning process? So staff, there was a combination of staff research and extensive public engagement. We wanted to have a fairly transparent process, so any of the information that we generated through open houses or survey results, we posted online, in addition to any other information that we gathered. We also did a fairly detailed summary of the survey that was many people completed at one of the open houses. As well as, over the past 2 years, there's been several media articles, and in preparation of the final plan adoption, we did send out a notification to all residents in the neighborhood. So just to summarize the plan vision, it really just allows for that change and infill to occur organically while preserving the best elements of Riverside. And this vision is supported by 6 objectives in the plan. So the first one is on strategic intensification, and it's really focused on allowing for that incremental growth where it's best suited. And you'll see a land use concept here in a moment that kind of outlines where that is proposed. And that's really to address things like changing demographics in the neighborhood. So Riverside does have one of the more older populations and a lack of younger population. And that by encouraging that intensification, you're increasing housing market options. You're adding people to the neighborhood. So historically, this neighborhood had more people living in it, and now over the time, mature neighborhoods generally tend to lose a little bit of population. And it also helps to increase the tax assessment base. What that really drives is improving the viability of the neighborhood overall. So the viability of the businesses and services in the neighborhood is increased. The operations and maintenance cost on a per person basis is decreased. The infrastructure renewal cost, which is going to be fairly significant for Riverside on a per person basis, is decreased, as well as it generally has a impact on overall taxes across the city as you add more assessment. So the second objective is really about guidance for redevelopment. So Riverside is unique in that it really has seen development over every decade, and recently it has seen a fair bit of redevelopment. So our regulatory rules, particularly in the land use bylaw, are generally suited more for suburban areas, and it's not really the best tool for an older, mature neighborhood like Riverside. So often they'll actually provide barriers to achieving what would be the best design possible for a site. So guidelines that are going to support quality design and provide flexibility to a homeowner or a business when they want to redevelop their site is really the best approach for this neighborhood. So the next aspect is public realm enhancements. So the private sector has been investing in the neighborhood quite a bit. And there's a lot of really nice amenities as well that should be showcased and featured. So how can we as a city complement that on the public side with good urban design? So the next objective is about Heald Park in the former Riverside school site. So we really wanted to have more detail in the plan and increased control going forward to help manage this transition. So the river's edge, so obviously the river is an amazing asset within our city. So we really want to focus on increasing the usage of it, but also at the same time protecting this natural feature. And the final objective is about infrastructure renewal. So this neighborhood does have some of the oldest infrastructure in the city. Much of it is now over 100 years old and will need to be replaced at some point during the lifespan of this plan. So this objective is about coordinating all the different departments across the city to ensure that the renewal proceeds in an orderly fashion and it meets our future needs as well as the needs of today. So the land use concept divides the neighborhood into numerous areas. So the yellow area is the low-density residential area. The orange area is the medium and high-density residential area. The red area in the center is the neighborhood core. And on the far east side, you've got the Crossroads commercial area, as well as the school site and various open space sites. So this provides direction in terms of future land use, but also in terms of what policies are associated with each area. And I'll just stress that this is not a zoning map, but it's a future, essentially a look into the future of what the land use would be. So now I'll just highlight a couple key elements. So the first one is around infill development. So as I mentioned before, it's a little bit more challenging in a mature neighborhood. And through a land use amendment that we're going to be bringing forward, we're going to convert any infill development into this area as into a discretionary use. And instead of considering the regular development regulations within the land use bylaw, it'll be instead looking towards basically 6 criteria in terms of evaluating what the final outcome is. So it's a little bit more flexible, and hopefully the outcome is that you get a better design. So on the far west end, there's a new development area that's been deemed for future development. So the site is already currently zoned for low-density residential, and that's what the plan does propose. And any future subdivision would determine any technical considerations for this site. So the former school site, so the sale of this site actually occurred quite quickly in comparison to previous school sites. So our recommendation would be to have a future land use amendment that would designate this site as direct control. And that's really due to the scale of the site. It is quite large, and it is in the location of it is embedded with low-density residential surrounding on all 4 sides. Also, direct control will allow for public input during a public hearing process, during the review of any development application. And any also future designs, in addition to the infill development criteria that I listed earlier, should consider some of the historic elements of the site. So Heel Park is very important as the primary park in the neighborhood. I know there's been a lot of talk about parks tonight, but Riverside does only have this very limited park space, about a quarter of what a new neighborhood would have, generally speaking. So the development concept for this site has the relocation of the ice rink to basically roughly where the footprint of the former pool site was. In addition, there'll be some new amenities that will be looked to increase the use of the interior of the park space. Right now, a lot of it was just concentrated at the pool site, and the rest of the site was fairly underutilized. And it does allow for that long-term development of a recreational feature there to the east of the rink. So another issue that's come up over the years is the street stubs that come off south of First Street. So public opinion during the open house was overwhelmingly in favor of keeping them as public land. So we've basically put that forward in the policies and held them for an opportunity for future river access and or servicing if they are required. So the final point I'll just talk about is there is going to be substantial infrastructure renewal in the neighborhood in the next 20 years. The the actual selection of which streets are happening first is not contained within the plan. That's left to the operating departments and their asset renewal program. But just to be aware that most of the local infrastructure, plus there will also be some larger infrastructure that runs through the neighborhood, will cause some disruption. So also, as part of that, future functional studies of some of the key roads in the neighborhood are needed. And really the goal from the city's perspective is to minimize disruption while looking to improve the final urban design and functionality of the area. Also, as part of this, I'll just mention that no more future extension of the flood mitigation berms are proposed to the west of the existing Phase 1. Any future flood mitigation will be from temporary measures or on-site private measures. So planning's recommendation was to approve bylaw 4502, which is the Riverside Area Redevelopment Plan. And that's it for my presentation, and I'm available for questions.
Thank you, very well done. If we just keep our comments or our just questions to the presenter, Councillor McIntosh.
Thanks, Your Worship. Appreciate the presentation, Mr. Sissons. The question I have, you mentioned the aging population in this segment of the community. The fact that they've lost the school, that is a huge drawing card, obviously, for young families. How does a plan like this need to adapt because of that loss?
So in this case, I mean, ideally, we would like to address that before the school closes. The numbers in that school were going down for quite a few years, and redevelopment does help to stabilize the neighborhood. So, I mean, you know, outside of Riverside, we would like to try and stabilize some of these older neighborhoods that are seeing their schools disappear. At this point, that site is gone now, so there's not much. That's a decision by the school district. But in terms of really supporting that increase in population, and it doesn't have to be significant. I mean, it can be, like I mentioned earlier, like that contextual intensification. So in the low density area, it could be as much as adding secondary suites here and there. But there are some vacant sites in the area, and that will hopefully keep the viability of some of the other services that do remain in place.
So the addition of more amenities perhaps in the park settings would also be an asset for that?
Through the chair, yes, I would agree. I mean, obviously, recreation and parks are one of the desirable elements that people would want to see in their neighborhoods, for sure.
Thank you, Councillor Saunders.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a question for Mr. Sissons. I want to congratulate you on this plan. I think it's a beautiful plan. It's obvious that there's a lot of work that went into this. Although I do have a question about process here. This plan has been presented to council as a fully developed, ready-to-go plan. I'm just wondering what options we have to make any changes to this. I think, you know, all in all, I think it's good, although there are a couple of things that have come up since then that I have questions on. Do we have a chance to amend this at all? Thank you.
Through the chair, council always has the chance to amend plans. So yes, you can direct staff and we can make changes to the plan if required.
If I can be specific about one of the questions, and we received a submission from Bill Ewell, one of the owners there, and I talked to some people at Alberta Environment, and they informed me of something unique in this area, which I didn't think was possible, that the homeowners own their property right into the riverfront. Is that accurate? And if that is accurate, I'm wondering how I reconcile that with the idea to put a trail across private land then.
Yes, so what you're referring to is riparian rights, and it's generally, you do not see that anymore. It kind of predates a lot of the existing processes that we have in place. So essentially the landowner owns up to the legal bank of the river. So right now the plan does, one of the policies does propose that if the land does become available, that the city would look to acquire it. We're not going to actively or proactively go out there and try and purchase it off anybody. But through, you know, and it has been in the past occurred through subdivision, for example, then we could take environmental reserve As far as the trail goes, it already exists. It's been there for decades. Most people that have lived around that area already are aware of it. Through the plan, we're not trying to promote that. We're trying to call it out that it is private land, and that if long-term and in the future we somehow acquired that land back into the public realm, then yeah, that would be a suitable location to have a trail.
I guess I would disagree about whether we're promoting this or not. I mean, by including this in the plan, I mean, it certainly seems to encourage people to trespass on private land up until the time that we acquire that. But I have other questions, but I'll let Councillor Varga speak.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Mr. Sissons, I've seen it now. You presented it at MPC, and it's a great plan for the future. One of the questions I have is, can you explain the comment that the plan will be implemented passively? Just what is meant by that? Is it a slow-going process? We'll see how it works out. We'll see what comes about, what people want to do there. I hope it's a living plan for the future, where we can have new ideas come into the planning stage in the neighborhood, and maybe there's something unique that might be able to happen, such as what Councillor McIntosh said, with some innovative ways to maybe get young people to move down to the Riverside. I mean, we have extensive building going on down there with some beautiful homes that are being established along the river. So I think that concept has started already to redevelop this zone. But I guess what is passively?
Sure. So through the chair, the neighborhood plan and the technical planning term would be considered an area redevelopment plan. It's included in the Municipal Government Act that the municipalities can prepare these things, and it does give a municipality fairly broad powers to do that. So you can implement redevelopment levies, you can do all sorts of things. So one of those things could be potentially pre-zoning properties, that type of thing. So when we say it'll be implemented passively, we're not going to go out and pre-zone properties. We're going to let the private sector essentially take the lead on that, and they would come forward with proposals, and we would look at the plan. Does it meet the plan? If so, then we would make a recommendation. So we're not going to go out there and proactively try and do a lot of changes on that side of things.
Okay, thank you. And one other question. I see in the conceptual drawing at the beginning with the nice roundabout that's just over Finley Bridge. And this summer, we had extensive construction going on. I kind of wish the plan would have been already out in the process, because we might have been able to do that roundabout at that corner. It would have been a nice feature for the establishment of going into Riverside. So it's too bad that the construction happened before the actual plan came out.
So through the chair, so any of the roads within the neighborhood will undergo functional planning studies. So that's a more detailed analysis of the actual engineering side of the roadway. The concepts included are one potential out of many. So that particular intersection, most people may not be aware, but the Trans-Canada Highway used to run along 3rd Street and then come over Finley Bridge. So that's why that road and intersection are quite large because of that. Fortunately, the road will be likely dug up again when the large sanitary sewer line runs through that area. So,
Any other questions or comments? Okay, if we could have a motion for reception.
So move.
Second.
Good vote. That was unanimous, thank you.
And moving on now to our last formal presentation, item 4.5. This is relation to item 7.5 in your packets, this background material there. 2019 to 2022 tax-supported operating, major operating expense, and TCA budgets. We have Commissioner Mastel here. And in support, we have Dennis Egert and Grant McKay.
Welcome, Commissioner.
Your Worship and members of City Council, thank you for the opportunity to provide an overview of the municipal and land and business support budgets this evening. Dennis Sager, our General Manager of Finance, and Grant McKay, our Manager of Land and Business Support, will assist in the delivery of the presentation. On December 3rd, you approved the budgets for the distribution utilities, electric generation, natural gas and petroleum resources, and utility support services. This budget presentation captures the remaining areas of the corporation and includes a consolidated treasury overview. The budget details and business plans are included in the agenda packet under section 7.5. Before we dive into it, I'd like to acknowledge the efforts of all the people who contributed towards the plans that were translated into the financial and business plans before you this evening. They align with Council's strategic priorities, key results, and vision that Medicine Hat is a community of choice. In recent history, the city has prepared 2-year budgets with forecasts for the remaining 10-year period. This is the first time the city has developed a 4-year budget, requiring more detailed planning for the medium-term time horizon. The main priority is to achieve the right balance between immediate needs and longer-term consequences in financial planning and control for the city. This budget advances the city's financial plan towards a sustainable municipal budget that doesn't rely on profits from commodity-based businesses to deliver the suite of municipal services valued by the community. You will see a focus from land and business support on your economic development strategic priority. In particular, they will focus on filling the space where government can add value. They will lead an approach with community stakeholders to understand and respond to foreseeable labor demands necessary for sustainable business growth. They are focusing on a coordinated effort between multiple agencies and business stakeholders to build out industry clusters. And they will actively develop commercial and industrial lands around the airport and Northwest Industrial Park to be investment ready. This is a land development space that private industry is extremely cautious towards and tentative to invest. You will see continued progress in reducing the municipal budget revenue reliance on commodity-based revenues, historically provided by electric generation and natural gas and petroleum resources. In 2016, this amount was $23 million and represented 21% of the municipal services revenue. By 2022, this amount is reduced to 5% of municipal revenue at $7 million per year. I want to emphasize this budget includes sizable assumptions that must be executed, totaling $4.5 million. These include $1.6 million in service level adjustments, $1 million in revenue increases, and $1.8 million to be solved through innovative ideas. I am confident they are attainable targets and work continues to progress ideas and options. That said, a collective commitment from council, management, and the community at large will be required to realize these assumptions. At this time, I'll turn it over to Dennis Eggert.
Good evening, Your Worship and members of council. Thank you for this opportunity to present this municipal budget. This particular budget is developed by applying the following key principles which were adopted by council in July of 2018, and there's 5 of them. I'm going to quickly go through them. The first one is financial sustainability and resilience. And there's 3 components there: eliminating our reliance on volatile commodity revenues, and this will continue to be a focus during this budget period. Our Heritage Saving Reserve, which is in place, provides an endowment to direct investment returns back to the community. And thirdly, enhanced investment returns on longer-term treasury holdings. And this is through our inclusion in the Major Cities Investment Regulation, and this allows investment by the city in a broader range of products. The second one is stable and predictable tax environment, and this is a key component for economic growth in the city. Thirdly, the user pay principle. And the user pay principle was applied with our fees and charges model, which was rolled out 2 years ago and will continue to be applied in this budget period. Number 4, market-based pricing for utilities, and this ensures transparency in our utility pricing. And lastly, number 5, the continued rehabilitation of our aging infrastructure. And this ensures our assets, our municipal assets, many of which are underground, are continue to be well maintained. So this is our community and the community of our children. And the advantages I want to go through are the elements of our city that will keep us and our children living in the city, living and working. The first one is the city is open for business. There's been some recent growth in the city, namely Aurora, Hut 8, and last week, the announcement on the expansion with CanCarb. And there's many other examples of recent growth within the city. And this is during a time of economic uncertainty and challenges. Infrastructure. This budget is committed to continue the asset rehabilitation program, which is the reinvestment of our municipal assets, approximately $500 million. Our facilities and amenities are of high quality, and they rival other cities of our size. Included in these are the Esplanade, Canalta Center, the Family Leisure Center and that expansion, our Senior Center, which is a beautiful facility, Echodale, our parks, and the network of trails we have throughout the city. Community safety. And this is achieved through emergency and protective services, namely our fire services, police services, our 911. And one way of looking at this is looking at the Crime Severity Index for Medicine Hat, which looks at both the frequency and the extent of crime in the city. And that number is favorable to other municipalities in Alberta. Programs and service delivery. This is how we deliver services to the community efficiently, effectively. And the recent benchmarking studies that we've been involved with, which are available online for viewing, are favorable compared to other municipalities that participated. I want to use 3 examples. Our fire services, in terms of total cost per square kilometer that we service, snow and ice removal, total cost in terms of lane kilometers, and our transit services, total cost in terms of per capita. And all 3 of them we rank very favorably and below the median to other participants in this benchmarking study. Resources. We are blessed with resources in the city, and that includes land, water, gas, electricity, and we leverage these resources to attract businesses into the city and encourage economic growth. Our Heritage Saving Reserve. This is a sustainable fund that was created several years ago to create an endowment for residents. And what it does, it protects the original capital and pays out the interest earned back to the community. This is included in this budget period as well. Taxes and utilities. This continues to be a big advantage for City of Medicine Hat and an advantage in the numbers compared to our peer municipalities. However, it must be recognized these lower levels of taxes and utilities also make it more difficult to fully fund our programs and services. This particular slide shows our advantage in comparison to other municipalities. This is a study, a survey conducted by the City of Calgary and was recently released for the 2017 year. This particular slide shows the average property tax and utility charges for the average single detached house for 2017. You'll notice on the left-hand side, you see City of Medicine Hat, and it's the lowest amongst the peer municipalities within the study. It shows $4,609 on an annual basis for utility and taxation charges. Now, keep in mind, each municipality on the slide is also trying to provide similar programs, services, facilities as we are in City of Medicine Hat. What this shows is the value that we're providing as a city to our residents. As a comparison, if we applied comparable taxes and utilities as other municipalities, I just want to show you what that would translate to. So for City of Lethbridge, if we applied their rates, that would be an increase in $16 million of revenue. City of Leduc, $32 million. And next, City of Edmonton, applying their rates for taxes and utilities, that would be an additional $53 million that we would be charging for City of Medicine Hat. Council back in July directed our property tax target, and this has been incorporated as a constraint in our budget development. That target for property taxes was a net tax increase of 4% per year, and it included as well an estimated assessment growth of 0.5% a year. That assessment growth is new construction. Applying that 4% annual increase to the median home in Medicine Hat translates to an increase of $99 a year, which is $8.25 per month. City aims at a fair and reasonable property taxes, and the tax rates related to this revenue will be confirmed by council in spring of 2019. Our challenge in preparing this budget, we ran into some challenges or some headwinds, and I just want to go through those quickly. So the first one is inflation, and this inflation applies to salary and wages, goods, services, contractor services, and also we're seeing impact of recent legislation changes related to minimum wages and the carbon fee that's being passed through our contractors. That inflation is estimated to be 2% a year and accumulating over 4 years to $9 million. Secondly, new and expanded facilities, which were recently opened. So the expansion at the Family Leisure Center, as well as the newly opened Senior Center, is putting a pressure of $1.5 million of operating cost on our budget. Thirdly, there is a continued demand for programs and services, and this budget aims at preserving those existing programs and services. A core principle of council was to ensure a stable and predictable tax environment, and accordingly, that property tax increase was limited to 4% a year. We're also continuing to deal with the lost energy subsidy of $23 million, which dried up a few years ago. So there's many features within this budget that addresses the replacement of this $23 million. And lastly, economic development incentives, which continue. This is a key strategic priority of council and ensures the economic vitality of the city. So our response to this challenge was the financially fit framework. It's a made in Medicine Hat solution. It's flexible, but yet focused. It also aligns to the council's strategic plan. I want to quickly just touch on a few items within this framework. Firstly, our interest revenue from the Heritage Saving Reserve, our endowment back to the city, is $800,000 a year, which goes back to the community. So that totals $3.2 million over 4 years. Also, for property tax increases, half of our increase of the 4% is earmarked to replace this shortfall of $23 million. And that totals $3.6 million in year 4. Our municipal consent and access fee will be phased in equally over a 3-year period. The first year, January 1st, 2019, we'll see $1 million, and then that'll escalate $1 million for the first 3 years. Service level examinations, this was a council direction to identify and look and work with stakeholders to execute service level adjustments of $1.6 million. Also have a $1 million revenue target, which is an increase. This largely relates to the fees and charges model that continue to be applied over this 4-year period, as well as other forms of revenues, including the increased airport traffic with airlines and the fees related to that. Lastly, on the cost containment side, our general expectation over these 4 years is an annual 2% general inflation rate. Included in this budget is an amount of $2 million to offset that, to look at cost savings of $2 million to offset that general inflation pressure. This financially fit initiative is designed to be implemented over a 10-year period. It will not be implemented overnight. So there will be funds required to fund the gap as we go through this initiative. For this 4-year period, that's a $44 million funding to fund the gap. And over the 10-year period, which started 2 years ago, that's $91 million. So it's also a good exercise to look back at the accomplishments. So Financially Fit Initiative started in 2017 for our 2017-18 budget. And I just want to look back in time and just highlight some of the things that we've achieved in 2017 and 2018. So the property tax increases, 2% of that or half of that were earmarked and directed to offset the lost subsidy. There was a $1 million service level examination reduction, which dealt with the closure of the arena and closure of Heel Pool. We also have a $1 million user fee increase related to the fees and charges model, which was implemented during that period. And also $1.4 million cost containment, which related to a salary freeze in 2017. The graph on the right shows the development of how quickly and to what extent we are addressing and replacing this lost $23 million subsidy from our energy group. So we started off with a $23 million gap. In the years 2017 and 18, which is the current budget period that we're in right now, we reduced that by $7 million. And over the next 4 years, we anticipate to reduce that by a further $9 million, which brings that gap down to a $7 million level. I now want to highlight just some notable items on the revenue and on the expense side. I already mentioned our property tax target of 4% annual increase, plus the assessment growth assumption of 0.5%. This is the largest component of our revenues. I already outlined the fees and charges of a $1 million increase, the introduction of the municipal consent and access fee of $3 million to be phased in over a 3-year period. The next item is we're actually seeing a reduction in our fine revenues. This is based on driver behavior, and the decrease of violation numbers is actually something that we've been seeing over the last 5 years. On the operating expense side, the new and expanded facilities certainly have an increased operating component obligation related to that, $1.5 million net increase. We have wages and benefits of accumulated over a 4-year period of $8 million inflationary increase. Our fuel contract, which is all our fuel services for fleet vehicles, we're seeing an increase in prices and a related increase of $1.1 million over the 4-year period. Our service level cost containment target of $1.6 million, council directed, and we will have appropriate stakeholder engagement for those items. Our innovation target of $1.8 million, that represents 1.5% of our operating budget, annual budget, and that innovation target is seeking revenue opportunities for increases in volume as well as efficiency opportunities. Our municipal assist incentive is an incentive to offsite levies, and that is a $600,000 increase over the 4 years. I want to shift the focus to capital and our capital program. Our capital program over a 4-year period is almost $100 million. That's $98.9 million. Of that, 46% is funded through provincial grants, and 13% of that is funded through our debt program. In terms of aligning it to our council's strategic priorities, the first and highest category would be infrastructure renewal at $88 million, followed by fiscal responsibility by $8 million. On the major operating expense, which is larger one-time type of operating expenses, which we're showing as a separate category, we have a total of $5 million over a 2-year period, of which 30% of that is funded through grants, provincial grants. In terms of aligning that to council's strategic priority, the largest component is infrastructure renewal at $2.6 million, followed by fiscal responsibility at $1.2 million. So city incorporates debt to finance a portion of their capital program. And I want to highlight a few things on this slide. There's lots of numbers here, but let's start at the bottom, the legend. And there's really two things that we want to highlight here. One is in the blue, we have the debt that relates to our utility business, which is really on the ratepayer side. And the yellow or the orange represents that debt related to the municipal side or the tax-supported side. So in 2018, the bar on the left, there's a number right above the bar chart of $347 million. And that's our level of debt that we're anticipating to be at the end of this year. By implementing this budget, if you look right to the right-hand side, that number will increase to $397 million. That will be our estimated debt level at the end of that period. Now, the red graph shows our capacity for debt, or our debt limit. And our debt limit is prescribed through a formula, through municipal affairs, as 2 times our consolidated revenue. Our revenue is approximately $400 million, so that takes our debt limit up to $800 million. Municipal affairs has a limit of 75% as a debt watch. The City of Medicine Hat has a self-imposed, call it a warning track, target range of 50 to 60% of that limit. So this budget takes us in to about 47% of that limit over the period. So well below the municipal affairs debt watch limit, as well as below our target of 50 to 60%. Debt servicing, which is our principal and interest, is also measured by municipal affairs, and we are well below the limit at only 35%. This slide summarizes our treasury and specifically council-approved reserves. And you can see the total, second from the bottom, called total reserves. Our total council-approved reserves at the end of 2018 is forecast to be $119 million, and this budget will reduce that slightly to $116 million. So not a large net decrease, but there is movement within the reserves. Before I get into the details of some of the reserves, I'd like to highlight the last total unrestricted surplus for NGPR. The balance at the end of 2018 is $183 million, and projected to the end of 2022, that's reduced quite significantly to $98 million. The difference is being utilized in our NGPR budget. I want to highlight 4 things in the individual dedicated reserves. The first one being the Heritage Reserve. Of course, the half of the projected profits and dividends from our generation business are being allocated to this reserve through bylaw. The expected balance at the end of this year is $24 million, and that's expected to grow to $83 million at the end of 2022. Our tax rate stabilization reserve, you can see $25 million at the end of this year. reduces to 13 million. This is really to ensure that we have sustainability and a way to finance the gap, I'll say, as we implement the financially fit plan. The gas depletion reserve relates to NGPR. End of this year, 19.6 million, and that will be fully utilized by the end of the 4-year period. And the electric facility and equipment reserve, 25 million at the end of this year, and by the end of 2022, that'll be fully used for their capital program. Okay, at this time, I'd like to hand it over to my colleague, Grant Mackay.
So my portion of the presentation, of course, is focused on the Land and Business Support Department, and in doing so, I'll focus very briefly on the underlying base direction for our capital and operating budgets, run through that at a fairly high level and sort of outline some of the assumptions that those are based upon, and then just touch briefly on our projected dividend into the future here. So not surprisingly, our capital and operating budgets are developed based upon our 2019 through 22 business plan, and that business plan itself is based upon a number of factors, not the least of which, of course, are Council's stated strategic priorities for that same period. In particular, we focused on such items as the marketing of surplus real estate, being open for business, facilitating private sector redevelopment and intensification, plus also specific land development initiatives such as the airport commercial, Briar Run, and the Northwest Industrial Area. Also, as underpinning our business plan is our 2014 business model, where we set goals for our percentage of residential market share, rates of return, that sort of thing, as well as some other fundamental objectives, including sustainability, providing flexible and heterogeneous land uses, and following the municipal development plan. And then, of course, we have our sales and acquisition policies that we follow and our licensing and leasing policies. We've also created a series of objectives specifically around the various areas and the primary functions of our department to help guide us in terms of our measures of success and the various action plans that we see to achieve those measures. So starting with the capital budget, our key development nodes for the 2019 through 22 period are as follows. Within the residential section, we will be focusing our efforts on developing out Ranch Lands 3C, approximately 180 lots in total of the single-family variety. So this capital budget contemplates an additional $3.6 million to augment existing approvals to be able to ensure that we are able to complete that within the 4-year period. Commercially, we'll be continuing to focus on the north node of the airport, whereas if you drive out on Gershaw Drive to Highway 3, you see some of the earthworks that are happening there now. That will continue on through the 4-year period. And also, we expect to open up the Briar Run area, which is the lands immediately to the west of the Family Leisure Center, situated between that and the Briar Park Industrial Area. Another $10 million are projected to be added to that to help carry that forward. From an industrial perspective, the Northwest Industrial Area, which is north of Broadway Avenue and to the west of Box Springs Road, we intend to open up the first phase of that, subject to Council's approval. And all told, we see $29.9 million of new projects proposed within this capital budget. As we look out beyond the immediate budget term of 4 years, we also sort of project that our next residential area will be the Riverwalk, which is farther north and east of Ranch Lands 3C. And then, of course, from a commercial and industrial perspective, we will continue on with the airport, both the east and south nodes, as well as future phases of the Northwest Industrial. What's important, I think, for Council to understand is the budget approvals that are being sought today are not a immediate trigger to pull on these developments. It simply gives us the funding and the authority once Council decides that the time is ready and the market conditions are right for these developments to proceed forward within that 4-year period. So in other words, the money doesn't get spent until the timing is right. From an operating budget perspective, some key assumptions built into our budget. So first of all, from the business support area. So the budget as presented continues to be what I would describe as a status quo budget based upon the same assumptions as in recent years. So continued investment in the downtown core through the Downtown Development Incentive Program and contributions and support for the CCDA. are still relevant in this budget. We also see the continued provision of tourism services and investment attraction services through contract providers to the same levels as in 2017-18, plus continued membership and funding support for agencies such as Palliser Economic Partnership and Canadian Badlands Association. One new item in support of the most recently founded Sport Event Council is a $75,000 per year addition to that agency. From a sales perspective, we've taken a very close look at both our forecasted volumes and our pricing and where the sales are going to occur. So what you see here is a detailed budget or detailed assumptions regarding, first of all, low-density residential. So over the past 3 or 4 years, we've experienced an average of around 35 lot sales per year. Historically, in the last 10 years, we were probably averaging in that 60 to 65 range. So this projects us returning to somewhere in the middle there. We're looking at 40 lot sales for 19 and 50 are projected for the years thereafter. From a medium density residential perspective, we're looking to sell at least one residential parcel per year. The last 2 or 3 years, again, have seen some very significant uptake in those areas and an area that we've done very well from a sales perspective. Commercially, the land that we are bringing on at the airport, we're projecting to sell 2 acres per year throughout the forecast period. And then again, from an industrial perspective, as we open up Briar Run and the Northwest Industrial Area, hopefully by 2021, you'll see us starting to sell up to 10 acres per year. From a property administration perspective, we've built an assumption of 2% on various leases as they come due. And also, we continue to project no revenue from services provided to other internal departments. So again, one of the functions of the Land and Business Support Department is to serve as the real estate agent within our own organization for acquiring and disposing of real estate assets. One of the new features or inclusions in this budget is the fact that in situations where the Land and Business Support Department has insufficient working capital to stand on its own and has to borrow from the general fund, we will now begin to pay interest at the internal borrowing rate on any funds due to the general fund at the end of any calendar year, and those interest costs will be borne in the following operating budget year. Additionally, we forecast 2 additional temporary resources over the next 2 years to help with both our business support, marketing, and sales functions, as well as part of our succession plan. As I previously discussed with Council, we are one of the more senior departments in the organization, and we do have a significant retirement wave in front of us that we need to address. Other budget guidelines are as per the corporate finance direction and similar to what other departments have budgeted for as well. So what that looks like is represented at the high level on this particular table. So what you see here are total revenues, expenses, and net earnings forecast across a 10-year period, starting with the first column in orange, the 2018 budget base year, the 4 years within this budget period, 19 through 22, and then I've also included a 5-year forecast period over the ensuing or past the budget window. So what you see here are total revenues increasing from 2018 to 2022 from 8.6 million, almost doubling to 16.4. That is primarily due to the fact that we are, again, concentrating on a number of infill developments. Particularly in 2019, there are a number of sales agreements we anticipate to close. Also, bringing on those commercial and industrial developments, we're forecasting to sell those as well, and that's the primary drivers for that sales revenue increase. What goes along with that, of course, is represented on the total expenses line, so those lots have a cost to develop. So if we're going to sell them, we incur those costs as well. And therefore, our net earnings off of those sales don't grow quite as significantly as the revenue does. In fact, this shows it growing from about 1.2 million to 1.6 over that 4-year period. And that's primarily as a result of the fact that commercial and industrial sales do not normally bring the same margins as our residential developments. What's also shown on this slide for you is our projected dividend, as I alluded to earlier. So in 2018, as we wrap up this year, we're expecting to put forth a dividend of approximately $4+ million. What you'll see, because of our relatively capital-intensive development and the way our dividend is calculated, is a period over the next 4 years where our dividend is projecting to be zero. However, returning, once that capital investment is in the ground and we begin to reap the benefit of those sales, you start to see the dividends coming back in that forecast period. And my ensuing slide will highlight that for you in some detail. Also shown on this slide is the working capital position. That's the due to, due from general fund position. And coinciding with that heavy capital period through the next 4 years, you see negative working capital positions. And those are the amounts there that those interest calculations are based upon and projected into the ensuing budget year. So as I mentioned, the land contributions to community capital is shown on this slide for essentially a 20-year historical period and projected forward into the next 10 years. And again, this covers sort of 3 periods in history for our dividends to community capital. Up until about 2008, it was simply sort of project-based, as the city had different projects, such as the development of the Family Leisure Center or the development of the Esplanade. There were dividends extracted from the department and used to support those projects. For the period of 08 through 14, there was a basis that was based on net earnings, taking 50% of those and paying those out as dividends. And now, since 014, we are basing our dividends on a distributable cash method. So what you see for the previous 20 years, from 98 through 2007, essentially, if you total up all of the spikes on that chart, you'll find that those total to be about $43 million, or approximately an average of $2.2 million per year when levelized across those 20 years. As we project out, even though we are not projecting dividends for the next 4 years, as we look beyond and you add up the spikes on those lines there, you'll find that they add up to be approximately $22 million. So again, $22 million over the next 10 years still averages out to be approximately $2.2 million. So I guess the bottom line that I'd like to leave council with is that the community can still expect to extract some value, some good value from our land and business support operations going forward. So with that concludes my portion, and I'll turn it back to Mr. Maspel.
In conclusion, the budgets outlined, align, and progress Council's strategic plan and budget assumptions adopted by City Council earlier this year in July. It includes $89 million of capital investment in infrastructure over 4 years, representing 91% of the municipal capital budget, demonstrating Council's priority for reliable infrastructure. The budget includes adjustments yet to be determined for service levels, cost reductions, and revenue enhancement that still require execution. These items will come forward over the course of the budget for council direction and stakeholder engagement as appropriate. A community commitment towards executing on these assumptions is needed. This 4-year period is the crux of delivering the financially fit goal to achieve a sustainable municipal operating budget that allows the community to enjoy the suite of municipal services absent a reliance on profits from volatile commodity-based businesses. We were mindful that an appropriate balance of amenities and services must be considered in relation to the costs of providing them. This budget preserves the Medicine Hat advantage and supports Council's vision that Medicine Hat is a community of choice. We are recommending Council's approval of the 4-year budgets from 2019 through 2022 for municipal services and land and business support. And at this time, all 3 of us are available for any questions Council may have.
Thank you, very well done. Any questions of our presenters? This item comes up again in item 7.5. Councillor Somraj.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a question for Commissioner Mestel. Obviously, the biggest thing the council is focused on in this term is trying to fix the short-term deficit here, and I'm glad we were able to, or the plan is to cut it to 7 million by the end of 2021. But there are some things in the medium term that I was curious about. One of them is the way that our long-term debt is increasing. I was wondering if you could talk about our debt ratio now. Dennis Eggert has talked about what's a comfortable debt carrying capacity for the city, and he's pegged it between 50 to 60% of our capacity. We are projected to decrease actually from 53% right now to 47% in 2021. I was just curious about what assumptions you're making, because you're obviously projecting what our debt ratio will be, because we're not sure what our revenues are going to be at that point. My concern is if our revenues do not increase as rapidly as we assume, or if, God forbid, they decrease, we're going to find ourselves at that limit of 60%, which was one of the possibilities that came up at committee. Could you help me just understand how secure that projection is?
Through your worship to Councillor Samraj, so there's a number of elements that need to be considered and went into the debt forecast. And I guess I want to talk about the different revenue streams that the municipality has. And a number of those we look at being relatively stable. So the tax stream, the utility business units, the distribution units, the water, sanitary, those ones are fairly stable and we assume fairly predictable into the future. We have higher risk around the commodity-based businesses, so natural gas and petroleum resources I would put at the highest on that list. And then electric generation, we know there is a market redesign currently underway at the provincial level that's intended to stabilize the electric prices, which will start firming up our revenue forecasts into the longer, well, I guess medium to longer term. So we've run some sensitivity, and we went as far to even assume if you did not have natural gas and petroleum resources in there, recognizing it as the most volatile, so it gives you a bookend of risk around that revenue stream. We forecast in that sensitivity analysis our debt rates relative to the debt limit would be up to 56% from the 47% level that Mr. Eggert presented earlier. Now there's some risk around the other revenues, and we've done I guess a conservative case scenario, and in that case we'd be up to 64%. Now both of those are higher than what was presented, but still lower than the provincial level of debt, where we are cognizant that once you get to 75% of a debt limit, the province gets more involved in the financial affairs of the municipality. And we've termed that debt watch, and it's something that gives us a signal, and I think from a governing level, that you're approaching higher levels of debt. So we've done some sensitivity around the revenue forecasts to try and give I guess, an understanding and a view of what the risk might be inside those debt limits.
Thank you. I have a follow-up, if I could.
Okay.
One of the long-term concerns for the city is the abandonment liabilities that we have from our gas wells. I realize that I voted for the utilities capital budget at the last meeting, but one of the things that was peculiar to me is that we are pulling $20 million out of that abandonment fund to fund infrastructure renewal. I guess I'm having trouble understanding why we did that. Maybe you could help me understand.
Through the chair, 2 weeks ago you heard an update from Commissioner Lentz and the general manager of NGPR, and I think there is a common recognition that the current business model that we're following is financially challenged, and we have undertaken that challenge and are working to develop a strategic option for council to look at, while we're also continuing to pursue our growth strategy. And so the drilling will occur over the course of this winter in line with that growth strategy, and we are working on options in behind that as well. So it is certainly front and center for us that business unit is challenged and does have abandonment and reclamation requirements over the long term. So that they are sizable, but they are over up to a 30 to 40 year window that we will have to undertake that abandonment work. And so we are very mindful of that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Turnbull.
Thank you, Your Worship. I think it's really important to understand, too, we talk about $25 million worth of debt for our electrical department, but the electrical department pays the principal, pays the interest, and still produced a profit last year. So we have to understand that those are investments. They're not debt. They're investments in the ability of this business unit to continue to show profits. Now, I think it's really important for you to state that it's only 3 years ago that Genco actually ran a deficit. We didn't make money at all. And so that's how quickly commodity prices can change and government regulations can change to quickly alter our budgets. And so I really like the budget because, and I like your approach to it because of this. It is a budget. Everybody plans their own budgets, but if you lose your job, the budget's got to change. If you got a decrease in your pay, the budget's got to change. If the price of groceries go up, your budget has to change. So having a budget doesn't mean it's something cast in stone. It's a living document that we have to, as a council, react to the changes that we are not always able to avoid. That just happens because of market conditions. And so I think you're right, the single biggest problem we have facing us is our gas NGPR production company. And we are in the last stages, I think you can comment on that, of our growth strategy. We're drilling the last 6 wells of a program that we introduced a number of years ago to see if we couldn't find a profitable oil production to offset the losses in gas. And if that doesn't happen, you're absolutely right. We will have to come up with a program, and I'm sure that our new CAO from Grand Prairie, had he known our numbers, might have been a little bit more worried about taking the job. But I'm very confident because of what you're approaching, but also because our CEO comes with tremendous experience in the private sector of this kind of business. So I don't like debt. I don't like paying $33 million a year in interest, but it's a fact of life for cities to operate that way. And I think all council, to all our citizens, we understand the problems, but the problems are not easily fixed. And we're going to work hard at it. We're going to try and find solutions. And as again I say, this is just a budget. It's not cast in stone, and we can't spend money if things change. Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, can you get a motion? Councillor Friesen?
Sorry, I don't have a question. First of all, that was a very good budget presentation. Thank you. I don't want everyone listening and hearing this thinking that this is the first time we've seen it, that we just blindly follow what we see recommended, that we haven't had an opportunity to look at this on your way through and have some input and ask a lot of questions up to this point. I don't think there's any one of us that isn't worried about debt and debt servicing in the future and all of those kinds of things, nor do we take lightly the great responsibility we carry for the finances of the city into the future. Financial oversight is a very, very important part of our role on council, and we don't take it lightly. So I just wanted you all to know that this isn't the first time, and we have very thoroughly considered and thought about this up to this point as well as tonight. So thank you, Brian, and your crew.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Get a motion for reception.
So moved.
Second.
If we could vote. Oh, that was unanimous. Thank you.
We arrive at the public hearing section of our meeting. Our first public hearing, item 5.1, page 18. You'll find the background to this. Bylaw 4499, bylaw of the City of Medicine Hat to amend bylaw 4168, the land use bylaw. This is the Primrose Drive property. The submissions I received, written submissions are in the packet already.
So we're required to have a public hearing. This is why the majority of you are here, I believe. And I will ask a first time if anybody would like to come down and speak for or against this. Please come down and state your name. I will ask a second time if anybody would like to come down and speak for or against. Please come down and state your name. And I will ask a third and final time if anyone would like to come down and speak for or against. Please come down and state your name. I'm. There you go, because they broadcast. So I'm going to ask the gallery that once again, please, if we could just listen to the presentations, either whether they be for or against. It looks like we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And to please keep your comments as brief as you possibly can. I want to respect the process. You have a right to have a public hearing. But if we keep hearing the same arguments over and over and over again, to please try to bring something new to the table with each one of your presentations. That's all I ask. So our first presenter here, if I could ask your name.
My name is Barb Taylor,
Okay.
and I live in Marlborough. That's the area north side of College Drive. We built our house there in 1972, right along College Drive, and I've resided there for 46 years. And with me is Mrs. Goldade, because I'm presenting kind of the big picture, a general overview. It's a little bit long, it's more than 5 minutes, but Mrs. Goldade has offered to cede me some of her time, or else, if you prefer, she can just continue reading where I get cut off.
Okay.
Okay, hopefully other speakers will have more of the details, but this is sort of a general overview. Okay, the plan to rezone a green space within a park on the corner of Primrose Drive and College Drive is based on one strategic priority laid down by council, the priority of fiscal responsibility. However, there are 5 other strategic priorities for 2019-2022. All are related to the proposed rezoning of this land, and most, if not all, are contradictory to rezoning and should be considered in this decision. So let's start with the strategic priority of fiscal responsibility: to evaluate and market land not needed for municipal purposes to spur higher density housing along major routes downtown and older residential areas, and to increase the tax assessment base while lowering development costs and infrastructure needs. Okay, your briefing notes here. In your briefing notes, the only description in your briefing notes read the history of the land parcel in question that remotely resembles reality is that it has historically been maintained as manicured grass and available for public use. That's page 11 of the briefing notes. The real history of the parcel is that it was a marshy area with surface water and bulrushes. Then the marsh was filled in and an attempt was made to build houses during the Connaught R1 development in the late 70s. Some of the holes dug in that northeast area kept filling with water and construction was abandoned. Revisions were made to the Connaught subdivision landscaping report and sent to council November 19th, 1979. And that's this document here. Okay, this report states, the revised report adheres to the original concept of open space for the Connaught subdivision. That's mentioned on page 3 and again in the summary on page 4. Now, the open space was called buffer areas, and there were green buffer areas, red shale buffer areas, and prairie vegetation buffer areas. So this is how it was broken down. The buffer areas are dedicated as park reserve. That's right on page 1. The maintenance of the public reserve areas are to be the responsibility of the Parks Department, page 3. So yes, this was park reserve for many, many years. The areas around the pond will be developed to conserve the existing terrain and prairie vegetation. That's on page 3. A large playground area will be developed north of Bluebell Court on the west side of Primrose Drive in the green recreational area, and this large playground will be developed to also serve residents of Marlborough, as there is no neighborhood park in the area. That's page 3. The area east of Primrose Drive is to be open recreational, page 3. 10-foot wide buffer areas between the houses are to be graded and contain red shale bordered with railroad ties due to the serious drainage problems in the area. Entrances and pathways are to be landscaped tastefully. The lots are to be sold with the residents being charged an effective footage amount for landscaping of the buffer areas and for fencing. So residents have paid money for this, some money for this park. Estimated landscaping costs, $169,990 for fencing, railroad ties, and shale. $628,771 for green buffer areas and recreational areas. Maintenance, $36,000 to $72,000 per year, the 1980 and 1981 estimates. That makes a total initial expenditure of $800,000. The City of Medicine Hat financial director indicated that this landscaping plan can be totally accommodated, totally accomplished from land sales revenue, and a borrowing bylaw or local improvement levy will not be necessary, and that's on page 5. So the park was made complete with trees, shrubs, and flower beds, and playground equipment across Primrose Drive. It has been well used, maintained, and appreciated for a total of 37 of 39 years. The 2 large areas reserved for low-density residential or senior housing now contain a church and a senior residence. After 35 years, the park was called into use as a lay-down yard for sewer and water upgrades along Primrose Drive. Then 2 years ago, the park was restored with $700,000 of taxpayer money and named Connaught Linear Park, including all open spaces to the college residents. What a welcome progressive idea. A linear park is substantially longer than it is wide and ideal for activities such as walking, running, or biking. Such naming and pathways were promised on a sign posted in the area. I find the recent labeling of this parcel as vacant land deliberately misleading, and that's page 12 in your briefing notes and on your press releases. With old and new expenditures and low estimates upkeep for 37 years, that would make it the $4 million vacant lot. Also misleading is stating that this parcel is only 17% of the entire open space down to the college residents, without stating it is the majority of the green space on the east side of Primrose. The smaller west side green space is periodically closed due to coyotes on the adjacent prairie, and the pond feature mentioned, page 13 in your briefing notes, does not allow swimming, boating, or water sports. It's only accessible for fishing. The parcel being considered is the only currently reliably usable part of the linear park, and contrary to what is stated on page 7 in your briefing notes, its loss will have an impact on the community. The parcel under consideration is in an area with a saturation of higher density housing in all directions. This parcel has had a minimum of $4 million invested. Even with the lot sale money and the estimated $150,000 a year additional tax income, it would take well over 20 years to make back the money invested in the park. Now, how is that fiscally responsible? Conversely, green spaces maintain or increase property values. Lack of open green spaces drives the tax base out of the city, for example, Desert Bloom. Also, the selling off of any park or green space in the city is unacceptable. What a terrible precedent could be set here. The next city priority is economic vitality. Green spaces add to the character of the community and have positive effects on tourism. In addition to safety, healthcare, and education, 3 of the 6 criteria of the Global Livability Index used to rate cities are culture and character, infrastructure, and environment. Changing the character of this area was the reason a large apartment development proposal was denied by council in 1997. Infrastructure includes green spaces and parks. Environment includes the psychological effects of one's surroundings, i.e. open spaces versus crowding. The third city priority is infrastructure renewal, to manage assets to ensure quality and sustainability. Developing this parcel could once again disturb the high water table or redirect the underground springs, as did creating the irrigation dam/pond. A lot of money was subsequently spent on weeping tile, sump pumps, basement restorations, and the rebuilding of the pumping station that sunk. The high water table is largely responsible for the corroding of the water and sewer pipes that were recently replaced in the in the area at great expense and disruption. Removing the park drainage could flood the College Drive cul-de-sac. At present, in a heavy rain, the water creeps 2 to 3 feet onto my lawn. While the proper development of this former marshland is on the developer, it's the citizens who end up paying for mistakes. Consider the Somerset area former marshland development. College Drive lies sandwiched between two major feeder intersections that continue to increase traffic and make it difficult to exit residential areas at peak times, like going to and from work, hourly college classes or events, and events in Kincooley. More traffic exiting the area would only worsen the problem. Car counts implied the traffic on College Drive was comparable to 13th Avenue and College Avenue, but there was a failure to mention that College Drive is only 2-lane and the feeder intersections have 4 lanes, making a misleading, invalid comparison. The next priority is community safety and vibrancy to build a higher quality of life for our citizens. Livability, well-being, and quality of life have a direct relationship with density. Studies have shown green spaces throughout a community foster improved mental and physical and overall improve mental and physical health and overall well-being, and of course, vibrancy of a city. Infill is becoming a tainted word, and this direction in urban planning is reversing. Now, a lot of studies on this topic were supplied at that September 1st information session, and a lot of them I picked the Canadian ones that show this is going in a different direction. The Connaught Linear Park would be a safer place for walking, jogging, and biking. Presently, the walking-jogging path is a worn, uneven rut in the grass that is not safe for the many seniors in the area. The present bike lane that shares its lane with ever-increasing traffic along College Drive is incredibly dangerous. Hopefully no one has to be injured or worse before council addresses the promises made in the Connaught Linear Park signage, safer pathways. The fifth priority is called Sunshine Hospitality, and it's to capitalize on our national assets to promote our community. This green space in the Connaught Linear Park is a welcoming asset to the city and has environmental benefits. On the radio the morning after the Planning Commission meeting, a new citizen was asked why she chose Medicine Hat, and she mentioned our green spaces. The Connaught Linear Park has been mentioned in PowerPoint presentations promoting our community and is listed number 36 of the 56 playgrounds touted in our community. Conversely, crowding repels people rather than promoting a community. And the last city priority is city government, to stand out as a corporation with a positive corporate culture. A positive corporate culture includes honoring promises and listening to the concerns of residents of this area. 92% of the initial survey respondents did not support the redesignation. 700 plus citizens signed a petition rejecting the rezoning. This undertaking to remove an almost 4-decade-old beloved neighborhood park is outrageous. Presenting the council with deceptive briefing notes full of misleading and omitted information about the important area history, the promises made, and the subsequent problems that have developed is shameful. The wasting of $4 million plus invested in the park's landscaping is scandalous. None of this puts city government in a positive light. And now, I thank Donna May for giving me for some of her time, and she just has a brief summary to comment on this presentation.
Mayor and members of council, I will be brief. In light of the information you have been given, now knowing the turmoil that we've endured for years in this unique area, the enormous amount of money already spent, and the added dangers this change could bring to our environment, plus the density we have already, we believe you have a moral obligation, and the only fair recourse to this is for the council to vote no to medium density and to keep this area as it is, or to change the zoning so that the area residents don't have to go through this terrible stress again. Now, Mr. Vanderham suggested at the Municipal Planning Commission hearing, and I quote, "A change may avoid future attempts at rezoning so that this won't raise its ugly head again." We applaud his sincerity, consideration, and sentiment. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. May. Okay. In order, if we ask a question of every person, you want to just, can you save them till the end? Can council save them till the end? Okay. Mr. Nadeau.
Your Worship and councillors, my name is Jerry Nadeau, and I'm a citizen of the Connaught development. Thank you for the opportunity to express my thoughts concerning the proposed rezoning of the corner of Primrose Drive and College Drive. The subject property has been enjoyed as an open space park for as long as Connaught development has been in existence, except for the 2 years when it was used as a staging area while the infrastructure was being replaced. Now that the land has been restored to, we have been looking forward to using this land for its intended purpose, park/open space. Now we learn of a proposal to rezone this space to medium-density housing. This action would denigrate the neighborhood and do nothing to improve the aesthetics of the premier housing development in the city, I don't see a need to change this land designation except to encourage infill development. This is totally preposterous. Keep in mind, we love our park space because they don't make any more. I would hope that council would not consider this change and would vote this change down and not allow the development to go forward. To quote an old dictum, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Tina Regier, and I strongly oppose this land use redesignation application for 352 Primrose Drive. It is one of the best parcels of centrally located parkland in Medicine Hat that is public land that all Medicine Hat residents technically own, and the city is just holding it in trust for the residents. And as such, it has great potential to be used for something the whole community, plus visitors to our city, can use and enjoy. If you approve this land use redesignation, the city, and therefore the public, loses control and input of what would be proposed by a developer, which would most likely not reflect what Medicine Hat residents value or be in line with the core values in the municipal development plan of having a green, vibrant, healthy, aesthetically pleasing city that encourages many active, accessible recreation opportunities. I urge you to look at the long-term big picture here, as it seems like this proposal goes against 2 out of the 3 of the triple bottom line framework, social and environmental, and only satisfies economic. In my opinion, selling this parcel of land represents a very short-sighted minimal gain at the expense of so much potential to be used for something the entire community can benefit from. Being centrally located and highly visible along a major city thoroughfare with big established boulevard trees and a newly installed expensive taxpayer-funded underground sprinkler system and grass, it is a valuable community asset as it is, providing recreation opportunities and an attractive park area that contributes to the health, well-being, and sense of pride of Medicine Hat residents. Taking it out of public land inventory takes away all future opportunities for a public amenity that would enhance the quality of life and benefit all Medicine Hat residents as well as visitors to our city. Examples include a youth or general community center, small satellite library, nature center or museum, community garden with a weekly farmers market selling surplus, or an off-leash dog park, which the city is looking for a few alternatives locations anyway, since taking away the huge King Cooley off-leash dog area from dog owners. Or enhance the open park space with a few more trees, interesting curving stone pathways, picnic tables, benches, surrounding a centrally landscaped flower bed, and maybe add a playground, band shelter, or gazebo for occasional outdoor concerts, water fountain, splash pad, or outdoor fitness circuit. If it's more multifamily housing developers want along a major centrally located corridor near services and amenities, why not encourage them to instead pursue the similar-sized, vacant, weed-filled, mixed-use lot just down the street on Dunmore Road across from M&M Food Market that's been an eyesore ever since the big, beautiful tree at the top of the hill was cut down to put up a billboard. Instead of targeting the beautiful landscaped green space at 352 Primrose Drive and going through this land use change, why not concentrate on all the other city-owned vacant, weed-filled lots across the city, or put pressure on private landowners to develop or sell their vacant lots that may already be zoned commercial or medium-density residential? If it's just about making Medicine Hat financially fit for the future, I can think of many other ways the city can save money. For example, eliminating the entirely unnecessary, in my opinion, yearly lane grading, or reducing it to every other year on a rotating basis around the city. It might take longer to save the same amount of money as this parcel would get in a one-time land sale, but it would eventually catch up. Giving up this prime public land with so much potential to benefit the community as a whole is a permanent solution to a temporary problem. Once it's sold to developers, the residents of Medicine Hat lose forever the potential community use for one of the last centrally located, prime, irrigated, and manicured parklands left in this city. This would be a very short-sighted, minimal gain in the long run, so I urge you to carefully consider the bigger picture in this case and concentrate instead on selling or encouraging development on the many other vacant parcels of land around this city and leave 352 Primrose Drive open for a future use in line with a green, vibrant, healthy, connected, aesthetically beautiful city. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. I think I had a visual
Okay.
PowerPoint. There we
Can
go.
I get your name?
Sure. I'm Cameron Enns. I'm one of the owners of New Rock Development, so I am here as a developer, and I wanted to take the opportunity to express what New Rock would be interested in doing as a developer who's expressed interest in the site. We're a local development company based here in Medicine Hat that does projects throughout Western Canada. One of the products that we've been focusing on recently is adult bungalows. There's a real need for senior folks who aren't ready to move into a multi-family, multi-story building, but would like one-level living. And in fact, we were doing this type of product in 5 different cities throughout Western Canada. And one of them is actually right here in Medicine Hat, Southlands Gate. We started that about 1.5 years ago. It's just behind the Walmart. It's had a good reception. We expect to be finished construction in the spring, and I only have a couple units left to sell. Another project that we're doing is in Prince George, and what's interesting about this seniors product is what was kind of being referred to before, is we worked with the landowner to make changes aesthetically to fit the development. So in this case, we added more exterior stone. We brought the front entrance out of the garage just to match the community. So that is something we're used to doing with landowners, to making sure that the product we're building meets with the standard. So just in quick summary, if we were to purchase the land, if it became available for sale, we would be interested in a 55-plus adult community, be approximately 24 units, approximately, in that site, and they would begin at around the 350,000 mark very early on in discussion. So I also want to be clear that New Rock would only be interested in purchasing this land for this particular product. No other type of development would interest New Rock at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Enns.
Hi, so as with Mayor and Councillors and stuff, my name's Davin Carter. I'm mindful.
Sorry, could you say that again?
So my name is Davin, D-A-V-I-N, I guess Carter. I'm mindful of your comments, so I'll trim my statement a bit. A lot of great comments have been brought up already. So that I'm new to the hat. I've been here about 2.5 years. I moved here to work at the base. And to me, there's two questions. Should this land be sold by the city to a private company? And what should that and what zoning is associated with that? So that to me, it's a bit odd that both these questions are being asked at the same time, but I guess that's how it's being framed. So that I think as City Council, and I'm sure that you're aware of this, so that I view your role as stewards of the city, and that means to act in the long-term view, 20, 40, and 60 years out. And the question I can't get out of my head is how will the city be better in 20 years if this land is not green space, if this land is not park space? So that I think converting in terms of green space is something that needs a very compelling reason in the public good. And this proposal is not in the public good. And I think that this proposed sale and development will not make the city better. I guess one of the reasons why my family and I chose this neighborhood was because of its compelling green space. And that's being slowly eroded away. And I think that is part of a slippery slope here. So that there was a letter this summer, one of the small playgrounds will not be replaced due to lack of funding. Now this green space is being proposed to be rezoned. So that I think that slippery slope is there and it's been happening. So instead of looking towards the future, I think that open green space is more and more important so that on the neighborhood scale, there is a transition from older folks who have lived there for 30 years to younger families with more children. And this land will be all that much more important. And I think that on a citywide scale, as the population of Medicine Hat grows, the green spaces are increasingly more and more valuable. And once you sell it, once it is rezoned, you never get it back. And so if I say that, having lived in Vancouver and having lived in Kelowna, where they are trying to buy back the green space, they sold off years ago. And it's just so much harder to get it back once it's sold. And so also, I think without a neighborhood in terms of comprehensive plan, it's hard to vote. It's hard for you to have the information of how important this green space is or not. So I really think that's important and incumbent and stuff on the city to have a comprehensive plan in place before you can fairly judge whether or not it's worth selling or not. So in your 2019 to 2022, I guess, strategic plan calls for vibrant communities. And that is, so that's a shared and common goal, I think, of all citizens. And it's clearly articulated there that Medicine Hat provides, I guess, of opportunities for young people, is a healthy society made stronger, et cetera, et cetera. And having that green space and maintaining that park is key to fulfilling that call for vibrant communities. So if I do slightly disagree with key result 2.4 of that 2019, I guess 2022, that strategic plan, where it calls for the sale of city-owned land that is not required for city purposes. I strongly object. I don't think this green space, so that I think this green space, for the sake of green space, is important for the city. So if I do think it fits that purpose of being an important and sub-municipal space. So that, in short, I think the decision is clear. Don't sell off the green space because, again, once you sell it, it is so hard to get it back. So I guess thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Carter.
My name is Bill Olson, Mayor Clugston, councillors, ladies and gentlemen. I oppose the proposed amendment to bylaw 499 for lot 352 Primrose Drive Southeast in the Connaught area, changing the designation from open space district to a medium-density residential development. In November of 1979, when the lots were being sold, a report outlining costs and expenditures prepared by the City of Medicine Hat was made available to Connaught residents. The cost included an open recreational area, which would not be for scheduled sports, and a playground in the area to be totally financed from land sales revenues. The summary of recommendations stated that the thrust of these revised recommendations is that, as nearly as possible, the original concept of open space in the area should be adhered to. The city explored selling this open space to a developer in 1997. Residents from Connaught, Marlborough, and Upland submitted a petition to council with an estimated 75% opposed to rezoning. Here we are 20 years later, going through the same process again. Many of the people who lived in the area then still live there. There are a number of reasons people are opposed to this change, including increased traffic, aesthetics, possible decrease in property value, and the loss of another green area. An increase in traffic on College Drive, which is already very heavily used, seems to be the most prominent concern. Many of the residents in these areas now have lived and paid taxes on their property for 40 years. They didn't want the open space rezoned in 1997, and they don't want it rezoned now. Our mayor has expressed his frustration at not being listened to by the provincial government on matters directly affecting the city. He expressed his concerns regarding provincial government programs such as a safe injection site, legalization of marijuana, and restrictions imposed on an off-leash area. He felt those issues have been pushed to the city, and the provincial government is not listening to our concerns. Many of the people we talked to said there's no use approaching you with our objections because you won't listen anyway. We are now asking you to listen. City Council is elected to represent the Medicine Hat electorate, and that includes listening to us. We believe the rezoning of Lot 352 Primrose Drive is a standalone issue. Each of the open spaces area you are considering put up for sale can and should be dealt with on an individual basis. There is no reason they have to be treated the same. I doubt you have received the feedback from residents of the other areas being considered for sale that you have from us. Most residents living in this area are not in favor of this revision. We have made our position known at every opportunity, including providing our feedback through a survey held at the public information session on September 5th, where approximately 92% were opposed, and also through a petition presented to City Council on this most recent bylaw amendment, which confirmed most of the residents are opposed. I challenge you now to prove you are listening. Prove the doubters wrong. Vote against revising bylaw 4499. Thank you for the opportunity to talk to you.
Thank you, Mr. Olson.
Well, I'm going to probably be talking about some of the same stuff, but maybe in a different way, tell the story a little different.
Sir, if we could start with your name.
Lou O'Reilly.
Yep.
Now, I want to I know you're listening, but I want to tell it in a different way to make sure that you're actually hearing us. And you have to realize that College Drive and College Avenue are the only two roads that provide access to the Medicine Hat College. Medicine Hat College is one of the biggest employers of the city and has a healthy student population during the school year. Traffic along the College Drive, according to the 2017 city traffic survey count, is roughly 7,500 vehicles a day. There's no information on how that traffic count was conducted to consider other factors such as how many traffic counters were used, what technology was used, the locations of those counters. Different readings are going to be at different locations. Length of time that the counters were used, days, weeks that was in place. What was the location of the counters during the high traffic volume times? And what days of the week were they? What time of the year that was a study conducted? Summer when college is out or during the school year? Was there any analyzing the future traffic patterns? Is this 7,500 vehicle number an average for the entire length of College Drive? or is that a high-volume total located in one location? And what was that location? Furthermore, the traffic counter doesn't take into consideration road conditions and road construction, environmental issues, pedestrian use, traffic control of devices or lack of them, wildlife corridor due to the College Pond location, bicycle traffic from the two bicycle lanes. That 7,500 vehicle traffic count on College Drive is the same classifications as parts of number 3 Highway, parts of South Railway Street, parts of Gershaw Drive, and downtown. Those roads are mostly 4-lane or 3-lane roads or 2-lane one-way roads. College is only a 1-lane road, and I don't see how College Drive can be made wider. Stats don't tell the whole story, and I want to focus on one particular area. There is an area on College Drive that I call the red zone. That is one block between 13th Avenue to the 2nd Upland Drive intersection. In this one block area, it touches on one major intersection, 13th Avenue, and 3 T intersections. 2 of the T intersections are off of College Drive, and 1 T intersection off of Upland Court. There is also one apartment building that can only exit their parking lot onto this same block. This one block area also includes bus stops on both sides of the road, not only for city buses, but school buses. And you need to realize the most densely populated area along College Drive is on the north side of this one block area, Upland Drive. Due to the number of the townhouses and the apartment buildings in that area, most of the pedestrian traffic for both the city buses and school buses must cross that road every day, twice a day. Unfortunately, most of the pedestrians jaywalk, and that's just human nature. You're not going to prevent that. You can put a policeman on that corner 24 hours a day. As soon as he turns around, somebody's going to jaywalk. And it's the same with the T intersections there. The pedestrians are not using the traffic control device. They're jaywalking. They're not using the unmarked crosswalks in these T intersections. And even if they were marked intersections or pedestrian intersections, they're still going to jaywalk. I don't have any stats on the number of motor vehicle accidents in this area, but I live in that area. And even without motor vehicle accident stats, that doesn't include anything along the line of numerous near misses or the traffic interruptions that might occur on a daily basis. That is a very tight area to get much traffic out. I want to compare this to one city block, one block area, and that one block area is in front of the City Hall. There is one major intersection at 6th Avenue and one T intersection at 5th Avenue. This one block is longer than the block on College Drive. And you must see that that would cause a problem if you were to add in 2 more T intersections and add in as many pedestrians currently jaywalking instead of going to the nearest traffic control device or marked crosswalks. Human nature is not going to stop the jaywalking and most of those school children trying to cross First Street, and they're not catching a bus if they do. My point is that by increasing the population rapidly, most likely to 150 condo units over a short period of time, is rapidly increasing vehicle traffic decades before it would naturally occur by the time the city population would increase to 100,000 plus. I've been here for 65 years when the population was only slightly over 20,000, and it's only 65,000 now. It would be likely decades before there would be a noticeable increase in traffic along College Drive due to the city's overall population increase. If this bylaw is passed, nobody in this room can say what that building is going to be put up on that lot. There's a lot of conversation around it's a $200,000 property income for the city, tax-wise. Well, that only $200,000 income for the city will only be realized if they build a 150 unit condo with underground parking. Well, thanks a lot for that. there's other issues about our retirement profiles and our estate planning. Our homes are included in those. You're not improving the neighborhood by putting more development in there. I know it's an older neighborhood. It's not considered historical. And perhaps it would be better off if it was historical. We could get some permanent solution to this problem. But money seems to be the motivating factor here, income for the city. Why let that money just sit there when we can make money off of it? It affects my income, because if I have to have my house on the market longer when I go to sell it, because nobody wants to be in a high congested traffic area as that, it's going to take longer to sell. I might have to lower the price if I'm going to sell my property to get out of there. And, and then that affects my retirement profile and my estate planning too. There was also the mention, and I find this really insulting, I guess you just throw things out to see if it sticks, but there was, at the municipal planning commission meeting, they said, well, there's a $10,000 cost savings if we don't have to water it and cut the grass anymore. Well, the city could save hundreds of thousands of dollars a year if that's going to be the main issue. In a lot of, if that's going to be the mindset, by returning open spaces and parks back to their natural settings. Less open spaces and trails equals less material, equipment, training, safety, and staff. The city has proudly, for years, advertised nationally and internationally about their open spaces, their trail system, pathways, parks, and being an oasis in the desert. But now they want to chip away at this concept for a few more dollars and to make some developers happy. From looking at past development of this neighborhood, it would appear that the intent by the city at the time was to develop a more upper scale class neighborhood, to complement the golf course and the Pollage on the south side of College Drive, and make it more appealing to very large homes and yards. You're not going to find any 985 square foot box homes on that side of the road, while allowing for a more densely populated growth on the north side of College Drive. That includes townhouses and numerous apartment buildings. Basically, one large residential area divided into two neighborhoods. People purchased the homes in these neighborhoods and built according to city requirements and specifications, confident that once the neighborhood was developed, there was limited potential for further development. People are feeling betrayed by the city by approaching this bylaw again and bring it before council. And I really have to say there's something wrong with your system. Why couldn't the neighborhood be approached prior to the bylaw being developed? So we could be the part of the decision and development of that bylaw if there was going to be a change. But you wait until after 2 years of using unlimited resources for city staff and IT departments and presentations, PowerPoint presentations and so forth, you give us 6 months' notice and timelines. And I really find that that's not a very good way of trying to get people on board for buying into this bylaw. Real or unreal, there is a perception among numerous cities that the city has been too favorable and a little bit too close to major developers in the city. And when I say developers, I'm including architects, engineers, the contractors that build for them. There's a lot of pressure that can be put on the city, the staff, council, by people from those occupations that want to develop that so that they're looked on more favorably. You know, council may see a big picture, but don't forget this big picture is made up of smaller pictures, and that's what this neighborhood is. In closing, I appreciate what the council is trying to do by running the city as a business, which is a nice philosophy. But this is also a community, and communities can't be totally operated as a business. Otherwise, we wouldn't have the Canalta Center, the Esplanade, the Family Leisure Center that bleed money. I'm opposed to this bylaw, and I'm hoping that council is also opposed to this.
Thank you, Mr. O'Reilly.
My name is Carl Knorr, and I love living in Medicine Hat. One of the things I love about it is the large number of opportunities for physical activity, especially outdoor recreational activity, that you, city government, have developed and sustained over the years. This is critically important because we are not meeting all across this country physical activity targets, especially for our children. This is a major health crisis. And so one of the difficult things you'll have to ponder is whether or not a vote in favor of this supports or does not support the health of the children in Medicine Hat in this neighborhood in particular. Let me give you my perspective on that. It has been said that there is actually enough green space in this area to support outdoor physical activity. And on the surface of it, the square footage seems to support that. But if we dissect the space a little bit, I would have to say that the space on the west side, primary beneficiaries of that recreational space are the coyotes. On the south side, that land is quite sloped and very difficult to play on. If you take out the parcel that's under debate today, then we're left with these two little trapezoid-shaped pieces to the east side that in and of themselves are quite angular and narrow. The cornerstone to the play value of this whole piece of the world is the parcel you're debating tonight. That's what holds it together, and that's what makes it a valuable resource for the health of the children in this neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Knorr.
Good evening, Your Worship, council members, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Russ Barnes, and I have two things to mention. Firstly, I will speak to the fact that in 1979, September 7th, is when I purchased the lot. I was advised by the then land administrator, Mr. Dick Pierce, that there was a premium price added to the price of the lot, and the intent of that added premium was to build a upgraded park facility in the subdivision. Well, if you look around, that has really not developed. We do have the green space and so on, but the premium upgraded park areas did not happen. Now we have this move to actually remove some of the land that was there and viewed and has been viewed as parkland for, well, what's that, 38, 39 years. It seems to be a bit of a betrayal. Now, the other point that I would like to make is the parcel in question runs right up to the golf course, and it borders right on hole number 8. And with that, there's a lot of golfers out there that are not all that good. And I can guarantee you, it will continue that many people will be hitting golf balls into that area. And if we get a multifamily residential development in there, it has the potential of being dangerous, and I really would hate to see that happen. That condition exists in other areas on the course, and I think council is aware of that too, not only on our course, but on the other Medicine Hat course. So with this, I would ask you to keep in mind what the conditions under which that land was sold. It was a premium price charged, and please don't take it away from us.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank
you.
you, Mr. Thank you, Mr. Barnes. So do we have any questions of any of the presenters from council?
Okay, anybody, any rebuttal from any of the presenters? All right, we will close the public hearing. Now, if we get the motion for second reading.
I move that the bylaw number 4499 be read a second time.
Second.
Okay, any questions, comments on second reading? Councillor Samraj?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a question for staff. One of the disagreements that's come up here is what the intention of this parcel was for. I wonder whether Commissioner Schwarzenberger or GM Snyder can speak to the history of this lot. I know that we've referenced the 1997 rezoning application. For those of you who read my column on this, I made an error in this that the planning department has informed me of. The 1999 rezoning application was not for 352 Primrose, it was for 300 Primrose, which is 2 doors down from that. But can you speak to the history of 352 Primrose there? Maybe specifically in light of the reference to Connaught Linear Park, which is something that's come up a couple of times. Thank you.
Thank you. Through the chair, I don't have all the specifics on the background that have been referenced tonight, but I can say that all of the record searches we've done indicate very clearly to us that it's not a municipal reserve. It's been treated as open space, it's been used as open space, but is not registered as municipal reserve. With respect to the reference to the Connaught Linear Park, my understanding from the searches that I've done and the internal reviews I've done with other staff, including the park staff, is that that reference, there was an initiative some time ago to label all of the park spaces and the network, trail networks. In the Connaught area, it was trying to tag together all of the open spaces throughout the Connaught residential area and the neighboring areas as well. And this was part of that network in terms of an open space environment.
Thank you.
Councillor Friesen?
Well, thank you, Your Worship. I guess this is the debate phase of the bylaw, so I would like to make a few comments, not too many. The first one I'd like to acknowledge is some of the main concerns that I've heard, and certainly I know you have more, but some that I share as well. The groundwater issue, the traffic issue, traffic parking, I guess, the fear of loss of the open space that you value so much, the money we just spent on the irrigation and sodding and the loss of that, the lack of alignment with our strategic priorities, and the betrayal that you feel. That's very real. So I'd like to acknowledge that. Second thing I'd like to say is, talk about is my main concerns, and the first one is zoning. I said this a little earlier, but once a zoning change is approved, as long as the development falls within the parameters of the zoning that is in place, they can go ahead and develop. Now, it's true you can create development guidelines and so on, but they can only apply to the development that fits within the zoning that is allowed. So that to me is a concern, particularly the apartment part. So I don't support the zoning designation that's been recommended. My second comment is having to do with the zoning, and I just wanted to say to the interested developer, it's not about New Rock. You have a quality development. I've been over to see it. You will find another wonderful place if this doesn't work out for you, and I'm sure you're going to do very well. So it's nothing to do with the developer. It has to do with the potential development. My third comment is that with respect to infill, I do support infill, but several of you said it. I support it being looked at on a case-by-case basis. Not everything is always equal. And I think we need to look at this particular recommendation on an individual basis, and that's certainly what I've done. And finally, and most importantly to me, is this. Over my many years on council, we will see a request for a zoning change. Very often it's one lot or something in a larger area, and we have a process we follow. We go and we advise a certain number of people in that area, and we hear what they have to say. We have a public hearing, similar to tonight, smaller usually, and My experience is that by and large, we listen to the people in the area. And I'm not talking about the hundreds of you. I'm talking about a few in an area who feel vehemently they can't support it. We usually listen to that and we don't go ahead with it. Well, what I see here is an absolutely overwhelming number of people in your small community who are opposed to this, and we are not listening. And I believe that we are morally bound, but part of our job is to listen to you and consider carefully what you have to say, and that we represent you. And the reason that the public hearing process and the whole Municipal Government Act supporting, allowing people to be engaged and involved, the reason it's there is so that you can take what a community has to say and hear their concerns or their aspirations and really listen to them and take them into account. And that's what I'm doing, and I will not be supporting this.
Thank you. Okay. Okay. I have asked 4, maybe 5 times for no audience participation. And during this part of the debate, out of respect for council and their opinions, could we just please listen to each one of the council members and their opinion? Councillor Dumanowski.
Well, Your Worship, much has been said tonight. Many of the issues that have been brought to the table, including the water issues in the area and the concerns around that creating some future problems, traffic and parking, which plagues many parts of our community, not the least of which would exacerbate the problem identified in this area. And we have the major issue of open space and the value that this community puts on it. I will echo one of the comments that Councillor Friesen, alluded to, and that is, and all things are created equal. We do have an open for business attitude in Medicine Hat, and we have challenged our staff to do the same. And so, as I said at the beginning, our staff are simply responding to the marching orders this council have given. Having said that, we recognize that as a municipal government, we have to respond to each issue as it presents itself. I could name a host of times in my time on council where we've had to do the very same, and tonight is no exception. I will say that the presenters articulated themselves very well, and I know it was indicative of just a few of the people who wanted to reach out and comment. I know I spoke to some of you on the phone and many of you on email. I will take the opportunity to congratulate Barb Taylor. What an incredible, articulate speech that you gave tonight. I've never heard anything so well prepared, I can honestly say, in my 17 years around this table. Councils are elected to be community builders, not community dividers. That is our job. The citizens of this area and Medicine Hat have spoken, and the very clear answer is a big and emphatic no. I, for one, have heard you loud and clear. I comprehensively reject bylaw 4499 and ask that council do the very same. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, it was muted. That was better. Councillor McIntosh.
Thanks, Your Worship. Well, it's unfortunate that the infill term has such a negative tone. We tonight, all of us, watched a 4-year budget presentation that looks at where the city is financially. Some of those costs come from future development, and I have heard a lot of comments from our Connaught people over the last several weeks that we have so much land surrounding our city. Just keep building outward. And I agree that that is definitely a component of development. But the other component of development is taking advantage of the land that you have within the city that is readily available to develop, to enhance what's happening within our city. As a group, we sat down a year and a bit ago and created our plan, and one of those key strategic priorities was focusing on some infill. We agreed to move forward with that, and when you agree to move forward with infill, these types of meetings are what happens, because it's not easy. So if you anticipated it was just going to be a simple process, that, yeah, we're all going to agree with infill and it's going to be smooth, this is what's going to happen. And if we choose tonight to not go down this path and not support this change, we're basically saying no to any other proposal that comes forward, because any other group now has seen, every other group has now seen that you just get busy, and this is what happens in every community. And I heard the comment from one of the presenters tonight, Mrs. Regier. You mentioned, look elsewhere. Just go a few blocks over. Just go to some of the other pieces of property. So as long as it's not here, it's okay, but don't do it here. So I will be supporting this change.
Thank you. Thank you. Councillor Turner.
Thank you, Your Worship. First of all, I want to commend everybody for coming out and exercising your civic, I'm going to say civic responsibility. And I too have to commend Barb Taylor. She's done a lot of work and made a very good presentation. For me, I kind of echo Councillor McIntosh's sentiment. We asked our staff to come up with some ways to generate additional revenue. Infill is a method of generating revenue without a lot of outlay and cost from the city. And we have lots of opportunity around our city to do this, and this happens to be one of the opportunities that have come up. I'm sure there's going to be more. And I do understand that you're concerned about what might go on this development. You know, we've heard rumors about 4-story apartment buildings and student residences, and I feel pretty confident in what our staff are telling us. When they sell this property, they're going to put some stipulations on what can be developed there. I certainly had no problem with the New Rock development. It looks very good. I think they can fit it into the neighborhood. And I'm sure a year or two down the road, this will all be done and it'll be passed, and you probably won't even know that it happened. And I know change is hard, but I will be supporting this.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Councillor Samraj.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, I want to talk about Councillor Friesen's comment about legitimizing the feeling of betrayal here. I disagree with that characterization completely. Look, I mean, there is a process by which we decide some of these things. I know that there is concern about this particular decision, but I mean, there was interest developed in a city-owned piece of property. We are going through the process by which we decide that we are debating the merits there. I don't see what the betrayal is in just having this conversation at this point. And there is a case here to be made for development. There is another side here, and I'm going to try to articulate it here. I think the perception here is that we would be complete fools to decide this. So, I mean, I'm going to make the case that at least there's a reasonable case to be made for development on this property. So I think about this from a couple of reasons. One, I come back to what the land use designation is right now. Right now it is open space designation, and right now we could build a government facility, we could build a recreational facility. I think back to 3 years ago when the Viner Center was being proposed for this location. I remember sitting up in the gallery at the time. I was not on council. I do not remember being an outcry from the neighborhood about development on this piece of property. Now, when the plan fell through, I remember actually the gallery was full, upset about that. So to me, that indicates that not all development is objected by this community, that maybe it's just some, that the opposition to this development is not uniform. Now, I understand why there's a lot of anxiety around this land use bylaw is because there's a lot of unknowns about what comes with the medium density designation. Now we hear that. I mean, we hear that apartment buildings is not something that's wanted here. We hear something that low income housing is something that's not wanted here. We recognize that. We recognize that this is a beautiful neighborhood. We have no desire to destroy the character of that place. So the other concern about traffic here. So again, I'll come back to the Viner Center debate here. If you were worried about traffic there, I'm going to say something. I mean no offense when I say it. Having 100 seniors that are coming in and out of a senior center, no offense, I mean, they don't have the best reputation for being the best drivers either, but that wasn't a big concern at the time either. So I think there was a sense at that time that a senior center at that place would add to the community. That development could add actually something to the community. So I realize, I mean, it's difficult to have this conversation now because we're having it in the abstract. So, you know, council hears you, and I think we have work to do to mitigate some of those concerns. You know, right now, you know, I have worked hard on this issue. I've spent a lot of time thinking about it. This is not a decision I take lightly, but I am inclined to support medium-density residential here. Recognizing that we have concerns that need to be mitigated, recognizing that there are conditions that need to be placed on this sale. So part of my support is contingent on how we articulate what those conditions are, how we articulate, how we compile what we've heard from the community and put that on there, whether it's architectural constraints or something else like that. I mean, that's part of my support here. You know, we are not going to be giving developers a blank check here, and I understand that. You know, me personally, of course, I would much rather see development on that piece of property that Tina Rieger mentioned. But the fact remains is that council does not get to choose what private enterprises proposes. We can only debate the merits of the things that are brought forward to us. And right now, I mean, I appreciate New Rock coming in here, but I mean, in some ways that muddies the water. We don't have an agreement with New Rock. We haven't sold it to them. I mean, that if that is the case, we will have that discussion at the time. But I mean, we will discuss this as the plan goes forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Turnbull.
Thank you, Worship. I thought it was very interesting in the Land and Properties special report that 40% of our growth plan is infill policy. 40% of our growth for land sales is infill. And I also asked the question of our commissioner as to, since we own the land, you and I, the citizens, we can decide what or what does not go on that piece of property. I hear other councillors say that's not true. We've done that in the past. I don't know if some of you remember that just recently there was a seniors complex built up on Strachan Road, and the neighbors wanted more trees and more things to give it more privacy. The city forced that issue. So we do have that ability. Also, traffic study is part of the permit needed for any development. So if it's New Rock or some other developer, they have to do a traffic study based on national standards before they would even be given a permit. Secondly, before we sell the land, we're going to know what kind of development's going to go in there, whether it suits the neighborhood. And I can tell you, you have a beautiful neighborhood. I love it. And that's why people want to live there. They want to live where you do, right? And there's a piece of land there for citizens that I think we could develop a piece of property there and a housing development that actually becomes very part of your neighborhood, right? We're not building some low-cost, cheap little townhouses that you heard what New Rock was talking, $350,000 and up. I mean, that's not cheap. That's not cheap. The average house price in Medicine Hat's $266. So you have to give a consideration that I'll bet you not a lot of you, if you bought your houses in 1980s, paid $350,000 for them. If you did, then you're living in a really nice house. So the other thing is just to say I really appreciated everyone coming here and make their presentations. It's not easy to stand up in front of that and speak to your fellow neighbors and to council, any more than it's easier for us to face you and have a different opinion, perhaps or perhaps not, with your concerns. So just the other thing is, the property from across from M&M, the city doesn't own that property. That's privately owned. That's where Mazur's Lumber was. They own that property, right? Sorry? Well, so what? It means we don't have the ability to sell that property. It doesn't belong to us. Anyways, I am going to support the bylaw, and I just want to give you some facts, too. This city has 893 acres of parks. 893 acres. We have 339 open green belt area in our city. We have 115 kilometers of trail network. So we do have a green city. And this city has done great planning over the years to make sure that happens. And as you've heard, anytime we go into new green belt development, so much of that has to go for schooling, and so much of it has to go for parks. So I know you don't want to hear that. I wish I could support voting no, but I am going to support voting yes.
Thank you. Councillor Hirsch?
Well, Your Worship, I appreciate everyone coming out in the evening and voicing their concerns as well. I had initially voted against the recommendation because I actually wanted it to go to DC. I think it's important for council to understand the ramifications on any infill. I actually still think in that term, however, this, quite frankly, is our direct control conversation. I think it is important, and Councillor Samraj kind of took a little bit of my thunder in the fact that I was the chair of Medicine Hat College at the time when the Viner Center proposal came up. And one of the proposals was for it to be on the college lands. One of the other considerations was Primrose. So I do, and I was firmly immersed in the discussion at the time, and quite frankly, never seen the feedback that is with us tonight. So what that tells me basically is that there is a level of comfort for some development there. It just depends what it is. So quite frankly, I absolutely agree in terms of protecting the neighborhood. I think we have to understand that things over the last 40 years have changed dramatically. We do not have a dividend we can count on. We've got a $16 million hole in our operational budget that we need to cover off. We've received, and we gave firm direction to Land and Properties from council in terms of the direction we received. I'm not in favor of, and it was mentioned tonight about looking at them as one-offs. Well, quite frankly, I'm not too excited to pick winners and losers and divide Medicine Hat in that regard. It was already stated even in our financial planning that it requires collective effort. And I can list, which we saw tonight, Riverside Development Plan has an infill component. Harlow, 10 years ago when I sat on City Council, had an infill component. Strachan Road development, the 4-level senior center, is an infill development. So collectively, we need to understand that the reality is we're not in the same situation that we were even a decade ago, quite frankly. So, you know, as such, we have sat around this table, created a strategic plan of the guidance of where we're headed for the City of Medicine Hat. It did have an infill component to which we all agreed to and passed. And I think not approving this development or not approving this bylaw would contravene everything that this council's agreed to within the strategic plan. And I think we need to move forward in terms of where we're at. So I will be supporting this.
Thank you. Councillor Varga?
Well, much has been said, and probably everything has been said, and we thank everybody for coming forward and saying what they had to say about their development, or about the development, and moving forward with it. But I too live by the priorities that council has set out, and the way we are moving forward, and what we have to look into. So, I mean, I'm not going to belabor my opinion on what's going on, so I too will be in support of this bylaw to move forward with it. So, with that said, thank you.
Okay, so I recognize that everybody's leaving. You may want to wait for the vote. I don't know. It's okay. I have Councillor Samraj with the last comment.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I understand why some of us councillors are making the argument about the money from this development. I don't find it's a particularly persuasive argument. The amount of revenue that we might get from development, and we don't know what it is from this point, I mean, it's going to be a drop in the bucket compared to the challenges that the city actually faces. I mean, this is not going to make or break the city. I prefer to deal with the merits of this particular case, which I think are good. I recognize the amount of fear that is around this community around this. I just wanted to say, listening to your concerns does not just mean following exactly what you mean. I mean, there is a option to seriously talk about what your concerns are and work to mitigate them. You know, the slippery slope argument that's been made a couple of times here is that if we approve this, then we are going to slowly chip away at all the green space in this city. And from somebody who has lived across Canada, from Halifax to Vancouver, I mean, I certainly understand what a gem of a city this is. But I don't buy the slippery slope argument here. I mean, maybe you can make that in 5 or 10 years if this keeps happening. But I mean, you have to, just like we judge these things on a case-by-case basis, you have to judge us on a case-by-case basis as well. And I think to project into the future of what might happen, I don't think that's fair. I don't think that's fair to this council here. I just want to wrap up by saying we understand your concerns. We're gonna try and meet them as much as we can. Thank you.
Okay, well, I do have to say that coming into this evening, I was a little concerned. I mean, obviously, this is the most people I've seen in this gallery in 11 years, and I have to commend all of you for how respectful this process went, recognizing that perhaps it's not going the way that you like. All the presenters were very, very respectful, and I appreciate that as well as council. But it all comes down to me is there's a hierarchy of needs in this community. And I go by an exponential decrease based upon distance. And as the distance increases, the amount of input from citizens also decreases by an exponential. And it's very, very apparent that this community doesn't want this development. We turned down about 2 years ago Parkview. There was a development proposed in Parkview for very, very similar reasons to this one. And I recognize my council members, you know, I respect all of you and your differing opinions, and especially for those that took a contrarian or that were willing to openly admit that they were going to approve this tonight. It took a great deal of courage to look at this crowd that obviously doesn't want this. But however, I'm going to go back to the needs of the community. This, as you just mentioned, will not break or break this city. This is very, very small, minuscule in terms of revenue and expenses. And so I'm going to implore all of you as the mayor now to just reconsider one more time before I call the question that you really, really need to take a look at this crowd and look at what they want, okay? Now, I wasn't doing that to get, thank you. But it's very apparent, and there are actually a bunch of other infill lots that are for sale right now, and we even actually have offers on them, and there won't be a single person in this gallery on any of those lots. And the reason why is the communities will accept those developments down in Lions Park, perhaps by the Leisure Center as well, which was mentioned, and a few others. There won't be any opposition, and it will be fairly simple for you to improve these infill developments because the community will want them or doesn't care that they're coming. This community deeply cares. I've known this community my entire life. I golf on that course. I golf at the Hat Golf Course. I live in Parkview. I recognize the value of a golf course community. And, you know, as a child, I tell this story all the time. When I was a child, my father used to say, "Someday, son, we'll live in Connaught," because of what a beautiful community is. And I still remember his words as a young boy. So I'm going to implore council one last time. I've been keeping track of the vote. However, you still have one last chance. And so I will call the question now. All in favor? None. And it passes 6-3. Thank you. Oh yeah, can we get a motion for third reading?
I move that the bylaw be read a third time and passed.
Second.
If we could call the question. And it passes 6-3. Does council need a recess right now? It's been very, very long. Take a 5-minute break? Yeah. Okay. We will take a 5-minute recess while everybody leaves, and council can take a break. Okay, if you'd like to introduce the next. These are. Okay.
Okay. We're back to our second public hearing tonight, item 5.2, page 36, bylaw 4502, a bylaw of the City of Medicine Hat to adopt the Riverside Area Redevelopment Plan. I received 3 submissions and they're in your packet.
Thank you. We have to have a public hearing. I will ask if anybody would like to come down and speak for or against this bylaw. Please come down and state your name. I will ask a second time if anybody would like to come down and speak for or against this bylaw. Please come down and state your name. And I will ask a third and final time if anyone would like to come down, speak for or against this. Please come down and state your name. Okay. Sir?
Much smaller audience for this one. My name is Reed Wilkie. I'm objecting to a portion of bylaw 4502, specifically being the boat launch and viewing platform. The rest of it don't take any issue with, but simply the boat launch would being a non-motorized boat launch, which is on the furthest west portion. So the first objection would be the safety. There is a proposed parking lot. However, the parking lot is immediately adjacent and directly off of First. This means that anyone who's unloading a boat, a canoe, a kayak, is going to be unloading it directly onto the traffic pathway. There is no other way really to obviously get your boat or canoe off. So I would say there's significant safety concern there. Anybody, if they're pulling a trailer for a rowboat or such, they got to park alongside the street. And that's a fairly busy street, so I'm sure you guys are aware. So that'd be the first objection. Secondly, Councillor Samara had made some references earlier about, are we promoting the use of that pathway? Well, again, the pathway that runs behind those, the homes, which is not officially a city pathway, but that would, again, create additional parking, additional access to that pathway that runs behind all of those homes. So I would argue, Councillor, that you are correct. This would be promoting the use of that pathway. Third, in light of many of the other comments, you guys are working to be fiscally responsible. Obviously, not placing these facilities in there, leaving the conditions as is, would be a cost savings. How big? That's up for you guys. I'm not sure. The next concern would be, I'm not sure how much use you're going to get out of this, because the existing pathway that is there is fairly unstable. When the river rises, that existing pathway closes a large portion of the time. So we are now introducing more traffic, and the proposed additional pathway runs further and closer to the riverbank. So we're now placing an additional pathway closer to the riverbank on a pathway that's already unstable and closed periodically. So I'm uncertain why additional traffic closer to the riverbank is going to make it safer when it's already deemed unsafe at times. A next objection would be that we have this is already a kind of a cluster point for numerous things, being the existing pathway. There's a proposed second pathway, proposed viewing platform, proposed boat launch, as well as the bike trail, unofficial trail that runs behind, and these all are now kind of conglomerating at the same place, literally within 100 square feet or so of each other. Again, additional safety concerns due to the slope in that area. From coming up from the river, it's kind of a blind exit coming up, so whether you bring your boats up or popping up on a mountain bike, again, you're all converging. And then lastly, I don't know the exact plans, but according to the sketches and what was on the city's website, the proposed viewing platform is a fixed viewing platform. So as has seemed to happen in recent years with our river, it does rise more than we may anticipate. So again, the use of that or the safety of that, unless you guys are putting a raising and lowering platform in there, is of questionable safety. So thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Councillor Samraj, if you're just interested in maybe in a question.
I have a question for you. Just first of all, just about the concept of the boat launch. Do you object to the idea or the execution?
Well,
I guess because I was going to say, I mean, typically the sketches in these plans they're just sketches. I mean, to say that we were actually going to build this, it would actually go through an actual design phase when we would actually talk about this, let alone we have no idea what it might cost either. So, I mean, I wouldn't take any of this as these are just ideas.
Fair enough. There's not a lot of space there. It's not a huge huge area. And so again, then there's a slope. So again, even if you're going to try, let's try to use a bit more of it, you have to do substantial buildup of the earth, structural considerations aside, then how would you get from there all the way down? It's just not as big of an area to work with as it appears. So in one sense, you're correct. You got to go, if we tweak the design, will it work? Well, if you got the design right, but I'm not sure there's enough space to make the design right in the area. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. I guess, the thing that I see with Riverside is, there does seem to be a kind of, because of the kind of unusual grandfathered in clauses about property owners owning right up the river, there's a kind of, we've kind of privatized the riverfront, which is a really great community resource there. I would suggest to staff that maybe we explore the idea of putting city signage, on bookended of wherever people are not supposed to go, since it's still private land in the meantime, although in general I am in favor of trying to increase access to the river.
Yeah, well, go ahead. You're done? Councillor Turnbull?
Thank you, Your Worship. So I think your points are valid. I just wanted to know, are you against a boat launch anywhere on the river or just where they're showing it on this plan?
Where they're showing it on the river. I mean,
Okay.
it's not up to me to decide whether, I've talked to various people. Some people think it's great to encourage use of the river. Some people think it may not be the best due to safety concerns. I think that's a bigger question than I can address, but I don't feel that this is the best spot for it.
So I think the point that Councillor Samraj was making is that this is sort of a plan. We're one of the few cities in Alberta who has a river running through it, and the river is not the focal point of our city. For years, we've had some bad planning, and we didn't take that into consideration over the years. And as a result, our long-term vision is to ensure that we go from City Hall all the way down to the ballpark, that we see that in our future plans as being important for us to use that area of our city in the river. And part of that would be a boat launch and maybe even a pier that people could pull up their boats. And I think you're absolutely right on the trail system. It's not our land. That land belongs to landowners. And a lot of them get worried that some people are actually starting bonfires down there at night, and smoking up and drinking beer, and which is, I guess, okay as long as you put the fire out. But the chances are, if you're a landowner and you've got a beautiful big house, you don't want a fire, and getting fire down there to put that out causes some severe problems. So I think your points are valid, but I would say, just like we talked about budgets for the city, it's just a plan. We have to pass it when individual things are coming up. What we're going to do here, is that acceptable? Come back to you guys and say, are you okay with that? And so I really appreciate you coming down, because that was one of the questions I was going to ask before we pass the bylaw. So thank you so much.
I guess in summary, I would say, no, not opposed to a boat launch anywhere, but if you're going to go about promoting the river, which I think is a fine idea, then do it right.
Yep.
Do it in the right spot. Again, you're trying to basically jam everything into a bit of a postage stamp on that spot.
No, I agree 100%.
Thank you. Councillor Samraj?
While you're here, I guess I'm just curious about if I wanted to propose an amendment to this where we acknowledge the unusual property rights in this area, because I don't think it's well known. I mean, certainly I wouldn't have known, and if I had met a property owner there, I would have gotten into an argument with them, because typically public is allowed up to the high water mark. Is there a way we can add?
I'm going to look. I don't know. Do we refer that back, or we just maybe register the comments? I mean, as many councillors have said, it's just a plan. It's an overarching. I wouldn't call it a plan. I'd call it ideas.
And then that's fine, but I figure if you're giving us time to say something, this was the time to say something.
I appreciate you coming down, but I mean, this isn't written in stone. This could be the year 2040. Just, okay.
You have the mayor on record now.
Well.
Your counsel.
Thank you.
I have another question. Not for you. Sorry.
Why don't we let? Can we let Ms. Porter speak?
My name is Janet Porter, Your Worship and Councilwoman. I also agree with everything that this fellow has spoken about the boat launch. I don't disagree with having a boat launch or more access to the water, but I do disagree with the placement of in the plan. I wasn't too sure whether tonight was the time to come up and say anything, because I wasn't really sure. I knew what the last one was all about, but not this one. But I did want to also mention on the plan that, is Mr. Sissons here? Is he the fellow who, okay. I wanted to ask, what was the reasoning for choosing Division Avenue as the stub street or avenue, whatever, to have increased access to for pedestrian walking? For, I know that it wouldn't be a boat launch as such, but could you address that?
I'll maybe let the commissioner, he's...
Oh, okay, sorry.
Yep.
Mr. Chairman, can I suggest that once the presentation or questions have been asked, then we could have staff come up
Absolutely.
and address them?
Okay. So anyway, regarding that, we're building down there right now, and there has been, with the floodplain guidelines, there's only a certain line where you are allowed to build anything permanent. And so down that Division Avenue, the floodplain line is actually even closer to the street than it is on our property. So I know that you wouldn't be able to permanently build a fence to protect your property from increased traffic going down that way. So I guess I was just wondering if, when you're planning, you take into consideration of that, or if you have actually considered that point. To me, it would make more sense to have the increased pedestrian somewhere where you are allowed to fence your property, because I can imagine, you know, if you have to keep your backyard wide open, you can't build a permanent fence, that there's just risk of people trespassing, littering, etc. So that is something that I was wondering whether you were taking into consideration. And the last thing that I wanted to bring up was, with this new plan, and a couple people have mentioned tonight that Riverside's been fairly shortchanged on the municipal reserve designation. 2.5, I think, was the number that was brought up tonight versus the Primrose area. But there was no mention of any increased municipal reserve in this plan. I know I had attended the last meeting and they mentioned something about Heald Park and Hargrave Park wanting to change that designation to actual municipal reserve, because I think right now it's maybe listed as open space or something. But with this increase in low density onto the west side, it's going to increase the number of people down there. And yet, like I said, our park space is remaining the same, and also swimming pool's been taken away. So sort of doesn't seem like it's that attractive for younger families to be moving down there with the other kinds of amenities that are in other areas of the city.
Thank you. So, Councillor Summers, did you have another question? Not for her, but you did have another one? Okay, and then...
Sorry, I have one more thing.
Oh.
I also totally agree with what's your first name again? Chris Samraj, about the signage for the walking path through the private property. I know that in the past there have been some people that have put up signs just on their own, and they're quite often defaced or torn down or kicked over or whatever, because I don't think people are aware that that path through the by the private property is actually private property, and people are walking through your backyard, biking through your backyard. And I think that most homeowners down there are okay with that if people are respectful. But I think it would be wonderful if the council could put up permanent signs saying, You are now entering private property, and please be respectful, something like that. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. So Councillor Samraj? And then if we could have some of the, so there were about 4 questions there.
Well, I appreciate her comment that she didn't want to completely block public access as long as there was acknowledgement that they were on private land. I think that's good. The question I had for Mr. Sissons was about the staff suggestion that we should rezone the Riverside School lot as direct control. As far as I know, we've already sold this property. Are we changing the rules of the game for this property owner after the fact?
So through the chair, when the property did go up for sale, staff did make it clear that there was an area redevelopment plan underway, and that our likely recommendation would be an appropriate zoning for the site that is now no longer a school. So the appraiser that contacted us did take that into consideration. Council always does have the right of changing zoning regardless of ownership.
If I may, I'm wondering how the developer is going to know what, I guess I've never been through this process before. Maybe you can explain to me how DC works here, but how do they have any assurity about what we are going to be okay with? I mean, do we specify kind of some things, or do they just come up something and just see if we like it or not?
So through the chair, there's various ways of doing that. So you can have it as open direct control, which would essentially mean that the developer could bring forward a proposal, and they would work with staff behind the scenes and bring forward a proposal. Alternatively, you can actually put parameters around what more of like a site-specific direct control. So you could say, we don't want the building height to be above, 20 meters on that height, on that site, for example.
Can you speak to why you chose DC here and not, because I understand that it's I forget, it's kind of it's a medium density development that's planned to go there. Is that correct? Something like, I'm just curious about why you decided to pursue a DC designation instead of a medium density.
So through the chair, the developer generally, we haven't seen any concrete plans from them yet. So, but generally speaking, they already have a development in Riverside and St. Joseph's. The reason I think we lean towards having it zone direct control is just due to the size of the property. With medium density, as of right, it would allow quite a substantial development. And because of the context that it is embedded within single-family homes, the school's been there for a very, very long time. Direct control just provides that level of the ability for the public to speak directly to council. If it is just medium density zoning, the public would not have that opportunity unless there was an appeal that came up.
Thank you.
Okay, so Ms. Porter had a couple questions. Why you chose Division Avenue? Can we put some signage up and municipal reserve or more park space in Riverside? I think those were her 3 questions.
Sure. Yeah, so I'll start with the last one first, I guess. So the plan does call for the actual designation of Hargrave Park and the Field Park. Currently, right now, they were in place long before that reserve designation even existed. They're still subdivided lots. So as part of this plan, we'd be looking to do some, legal title cleanup, if you will, and consolidate it under one parcel, and then provide that designation as a municipal reserve parcel. As far as the trail signage, that's the same concern I guess I heard at many of the public hearings was that, or the open houses, was that signage has been put up in the past, it's been vandalized. The majority of the landowners are okay with somewhat respectable use of the land. I guess it would be a question I would have for our solicitor about what liability we would be taking on if we were enforcing that trespassing, I guess, on private property. So
I'm kind of looking around. I think we can put up signs.
sure.
I'm just kind of looking around. We can put up signs. And Division Avenue.
And yeah, so prior to the and as a lead into the neighborhood plan, we've received various requests over the years to subdivide off portions of those street ends to sell to the adjacent landowners. And a couple years back, we received another request, so we said, okay, we'll take a step back and we'll do a little bit more of a deeper dive into that topic. So we did a full study on it and we examined each one in detail. So some of the constraints are on some of the roadways that they've had a substantial portion sold off, and then in fact the interface between the street and the adjacent house, they use it quite a bit. In other cases, the slope that comes off the street end was quite substantial, so it's just not physically a good access point. And then the value of, for example, so like if you look at the very first access point on the far east side, next to where the berm is, there's not a ton of value in developing that because you already have access through the trail there, and the same applies to the far west side where we've already got a trail right by the river, so people are generally not going to go half a block in and then down. So we looked at where the best potential opportunity was, and Division Avenue came up as the one that I guess met the criteria the best. It's not to say that we're proposing that tomorrow staff should go out and start building trails down there. It's just that if that was the direction that we got and the budget was approved, that would be an option and probably the best option of the different trail options.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? All right, seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. If I could get a motion for second reading. No, it's second.
I move that bylaw number, 4502 be read a second time.
Second.
Okay, any questions or comments on second reading? Councillor Dumanowski.
Your Worship, I kind of feel odd in asking this, but I'm looking at, it's not infill, but upcoming greenfield development, that land that's identified as a potential for development that's 7 acres. I would imagine assessments have been done, but I recall in the past there being overland water flow issues in that area, like significant ones. In fact, the water went down the hill and over into the neighboring residents and flooded them, as I understand it. So I'm just wondering, are we going to take measures? I mean, that's down the path, but it just strikes me as odd that we would look to doing that if we haven't mitigated the water issues, and I know they're significant. They're from past history, so I don't know if that's a question that gets answered today, but I do have some concerns with that.
Commissioner, did you want to?
Thank you. Through the chair, as council appreciates, the Land and Properties, Land and Business Support Department has been exploring a number of opportunities throughout the city in terms of infills. There are different stages of maturity. Some have had a lot of research done on them, others have not. And this one, I would imagine, needs more work.
Okay, any other questions on second reading? All right, if we could vote. That was unanimous, thank you.
I move that this bylaw be read a third time and passed.
Second.
Any questions or comments? We could vote. That was unanimous. I just want to say to the two presenters tonight that we heard your concerns and staff have heard your concerns, and some of these things are deep into the future and will be contemplated at that time. Thank you.
Final public hearing, item 5.3. The background information here is within item 7.5. City Centre Development Agency 2019 budget. I received no submissions on this.
And public hearing. I'll ask if anybody would like to come down and speak for or against this bylaw, please come down and state your name. I will ask a second time if anybody would like to come down and speak for or against this bylaw, please come down and state your name. And I will ask a third and final time if anybody would like to come down and speak for or against this bylaw, please come down and state your name. All right, seeing none, the public hearing is now closed. Well, this wasn't a bylaw even, this was an adoption, sorry. Do we vote? Why don't we deal with it now and call the question? Any questions or comments? CCDA budget. All right, if we could vote. Oh, Councillor McIntosh. You have to, okay.
Thanks, Your Worship. For 5 years, I've been sitting here, and for 5 years, we've talked about the CCDA budget. For 5 years, we've talked about cutting the city component of that budget. The CCDA receives a $100,000 grant from the city, I believe, and $121,000 that they get from the downtown stakeholders. This obviously will not be dealing with the 2019 budget, but I strongly believe in the 2020 budget that we need to look at cutting the CCDA budget and letting them know by sending them a letter at this point that that needs to be part of their planning moving forward.
Can you make that motion tonight, or does he need to make notice of motion? Yeah. Why don't you make that as a notice of motion? Notice that you intend to make that motion next meeting. I have to do that right now. Well, you can make a notice of motion that you intend to ask for a $25,000.
I will make a notice of motion that at our January meeting, I will be requesting a budget cut for the City Center Development Agency of $25,000 for the 2020 budget year.
Okay, thank you. We don't need to vote on that. Okay, any other questions or comments? We could vote. Do we not, we need a motion to adopt the CCDA budget, sorry, I guess I didn't get that. Somebody can move the adoption.
So I'll put it on the floor. I'll move it.
Councillor Hirsch, Councillor Turner. Okay, any other questions or comments? If you could vote. It was unanimous, thank you.
Okay, non-statutory public hearings. These are all of our utilities service bylaws. We can do these omnibus if council would like. I will read them into the record, and I do have a note for you for bylaw 4508 as well. So these are for non-statutory public hearing and then second and third readings.
So if council's okay, she can read them all in, and then I'll open a public hearing and on all of them.
You're good?
Okay.
Bylaw 4505, bylaw of the City of Medicine Hat to amend bylaw 2379, the water service bylaw. Bylaw 4506, a bylaw of the City of Medicine Hat to amend bylaw 1541, regulating the use of public and private sewers and drains and the disposal of sewage and the discharge of waters and waste into the Medicine Hat sewer system. Bylaw 4507, a bylaw of the City of Medicine Hat to amend bylaw 1805, the waste bylaw. Bylaw 4508, a bylaw of the City of Medicine Hat to amend bylaw 2244, the electric utility bylaw. And this one had an error in the rate when it came for first reading, which has been amended in your package on Schedule C. And then bylaw 4509, a bylaw of the City of Medicine Hat to amend bylaw 2489, the gas utility bylaw.
If I could get you to move those by.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we have to have a public hearing. Anybody wishing to come down to speak for or against any of these bylaws, please come down and state your name. I'll ask a second time if anybody would like to come down and speak against any of these bylaws, please come down and state your name. I'll ask a third and final time if anybody would like to come down and speak for or against any of these bylaws, please come down and state your name. All right, seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Any other questions or comments on second reading? Okay, yeah, Councillor Samraj.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Maybe for the CAO or the Commissioner of Utilities there, I was just curious about the Police Point Aquifer there. I noticed that we have water rates on that. Who is actually using water for that resource? And why wouldn't they be using city water, I guess is my question. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Through the chair to Councillor Samraj, there are several businesses that have actually aquifers along the river, and they have them by license by Alberta Environment. Now, some of those aquifers they're not using anymore. They're on city water, and part of the reason the aquifers are not being used is that during the floods, especially the 2013 flood, those aquifers did not become useful anymore. So, yeah, they are old licensed aquifers. We do have some, and some of the businesses do have some as well.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments on second reading? Okay, if we could vote. That was unanimous, thank you. We need to move third.
I move to pass this bill a third time and pass.
Second.
Any questions or comments on third reading? Okay, seeing none, if we could vote. That was unanimous, thank you.
Moving on to reports now. Our first report's item 7.1, page 189, Admin Committee meeting of December 5th, just for information.
So moved.
Second.
We already dealt with this earlier. Any questions or comments? We could vote. That was unanimous, thank you.
Item 7.2, page 199, Development and Infrastructure Committee meeting of December 5th. This is the proposed lane closure at Industrial Avenue for adoption.
So moved.
Any
Second it.
Yep, sorry. Any questions or comments? Go ahead.
Just a question for Commissioner Lenz of what equipment is on this city-owned property here? I noticed there's a building there and some other things from the aerial view. I was just curious about what we do with that property.
Yeah, through the chair to Councillor Samraj, it's for solid waste, and for maybe Councillor or Commissioner Schwarzenberg explain a little bit more.
It's got a building, and it's got some outside storage. Outside storage is for soils and gravel materials, and then it's got equipment storage in the building.
Does all of Medicine Hat's wastewater flow through that there?
Pardon me?
No. Oh, okay. Thanks.
Okay, any other comments, questions? Okay, if we could vote. That was unanimous, thank you.
Item 7.3, page 206, Energy and Utilities Committee meeting. This is just for information.
So moved.
Second that.
If we could vote. That was unanimous, thank you.
Item 7.4, page 207, Public Services Committee meeting of December 10th. And this is the Library Board bylaw and the Parks and Rec Capital Budget Amendment for adoption.
Your Worship, I move the report for adoption and information as indicated, but I just would like, no, there's no information item, there's two adoption items. The Library Board, you'll see, bylaw, you'll see later. Just wanted to remind everyone that in the second, I'm sorry, in item number 2, this, there's a capital budget amendment, but it does not represent any budget increase. There are 3 items here that are stellar examples of our community organizations and groups contributing to the quality of life and the recreation that we have in our community with their own dollars. So they're supporting it. We have to make the amendment, but it's no net increase, and I applaud these groups. And I'm sorry I didn't allow for a seconder yet.
Thanks. Councillor Turnbull.
Thank you. I know it's getting late, but I do want to recognize the chairman of the board of the library, Grace Crisp, who stayed here till 10:30 because of the signing of our lease agreement and our operational agreement, and also our new chief librarian, Ken Fezer, who's, as you know, is more in the paper than the average councillor. He's got an article every week going. So I really appreciate the both of you standing through the night to see this bylaw passed. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other comments? We could vote. We did get a seconder.
Yes.
Councillor Turner seconded it. And that was unanimous. Thank you.
Moving on now to item 7.5, page 217, Administrative Committee meeting December 12th. Item 1, the tax budgets. You've dealt with item 2, CCDA. Item 3, land and business support budgets. And item 4, sales of 954 2nd Street to Meadowlands for adoption, the rest for information.
I will move the items as indicated.
Second.
Any questions? Councillor Samraj?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just had a comment about when we had an earlier discussion when Commissioner Mastal was talking about the budgets here. Yes, we have all seen these before, and it's not that I want to harp on the fact that we're increasing our long-term debt, but I do think it is important that we acknowledge some of these risks that are there, even if they are small, just so when, if anything did happen in 4 years or anything, the public can't say that, oh, this suddenly came out of the blue. What were you thinking? I mean, we're going into it with our eyes open. We understand what's happening here, but I think it's important to publicly acknowledge that. Thank you.
Any other comments? All right, if we could vote. That was unanimous, thank you.
Moving along now to reports for reception. Item 8.1, page 401, Municipal Planning Commission meeting of November 14th.
I move this report for reception.
Second.
Any comments? We could vote. That was unanimous, thank you.
New bylaws. Our first new bylaw is item 9.1, page 404. Item bylaw 4343, a bylaw of the City of Medicine Hat with respect to this City of Medicine Hat Library Board. With unanimous consent, this can go for all 3 readings tonight.
Your Worship, I move bylaw 4343 and that it be read a first time.
And that,
We could vote. That was unanimous, thank you.
I'd like to move the bylaw for a second reading.
second.
Okay, you're not going to say it again. Okay. Any questions or comments on second reading? We could vote. That was
Okay. I move for unanimous consent to go to third reading.
Second that.
Okay, if we could vote. That was unanimous, so go ahead.
And finally, I'll move third reading of bylaw 4343 and that it be passed.
Second that.
Any questions or comments? Okay, we can vote. That was unanimous, thank you.
Our next bylaw is just for first reading only, item 9.2, page 407. Bylaw 4512, bylaw of the City of Medicine Hat to close roads in the City of Medicine Hat, and this is the 1108 Industrial Avenue.
Worship, I seek leave of council to introduce bylaw 4512 and ask that it be given first reading.
I'll second that.
If we could vote. That was unanimous, thank you.
Our next bylaw can only be read first reading tonight as well. Item 9.3, page 409. Bylaw 4514, bylaw of the City of Medicine Hat to zone the subject land 511 4th Avenue North East as regional commercial.
I move for leave to introduce bylaw number 4514, and that it be read a first time.
Second.
If we could vote. That was unanimous, thank you.
So all of the rest of the bylaws, I think if council's okay, we could do omnibus. I do have to read them into the record, though. But it means that you won't be voting on each one of them individually. Okay.
All right. You need a glass of water.
I've got some water. Okay. Let's start. Item 9.4, page 411. Bylaw 4516, a bylaw of the City of Medicine Hat to incur indebtedness in the amount of $500,000 for the purpose of 2019 sewer lift station facility upgrade. Item 9.5, page 415. Bylaw 4517, a bylaw of the City of Medicine Hat to incur indebtedness in the amount of $3,500,000 for the purpose of 2019 sewer mains asset management program. Item 9.6, page 419, bylaw 4518, a bylaw of the City of Medicine Hat to incur indebtedness in the amount of $500,000 for the purpose of 2019 sewer mains replacement, downtown rehabilitation. Item 9.7, page 423, bylaw 4519, a bylaw of the City of Medicine Hat to incur indebtedness in the amount of $6,350,000 for the purpose of 2019 water mains replacements asset management program. Item 9.8, page 427, bylaw 4520, a bylaw of the City of Medicine Hat to incur indebtedness in the amount of $1,775,000 for the purpose of 2019 13 kV overhead distribution system upgrades. Item 9.9, page 431, bylaw 4521, a bylaw of the City of Medicine Hat to incur indebtedness in the amount of $907,000 for the purpose of 2019 13 kV underground distribution system upgrades. Item 9.10, page 435, bylaw 4522, a bylaw of the City of Medicine Hat to incur indebtedness in the amount of $130,000 for the purpose of 2019 fibre upgrades. Item 9.11, page 439, bylaw 4523, a bylaw of the City of Medicine Hat to incur indebtedness in the amount of $1,278,000 for the purpose of 2019 mains replacement and extensions. Item 9.12, page 443, bylaw 4524, a bylaw of the City of Medicine Hat to incur indebtedness in the amount of $500,000 for the purpose of 2019 new distributed services. Item 9.13, page 447, bylaw 4525, bylaw of the City of Medicine Hat to incur indebtedness in the amount of $8,931,000 for the purpose of 2019 substation upgrades. 9.14, page 451, bylaw 4526, a bylaw of the City of Medicine Hat to incur indebtedness in the amount of $2 million for the purpose of 2020 sewer Anthis Red Water Program. I hope I got that right. Item 9.15, page 455, bylaw 4527, a bylaw of the City of Medicine Hat to incur indebtedness in the amount of $4,200,000 for the purpose of 2020 sewer Briar Park gravity bypass. Item 9.16, page 459, bylaw 4528, a bylaw of the City of Medicine Hat to incur indebtedness in the amount of $1,800,000 for the purpose of 2020 sewer lift station facility upgrade. Item 9.17, page 463, bylaw 4529, a bylaw of the City of Medicine Hat to incur indebtedness in the amount of $3 million for the purpose of 2020 sewer mains asset management program. Item 9.18, page 467, bylaw 4530, a bylaw of the City of Medicine Hat to incur indebtedness in the amount of $2,250,000 for the purpose of 2020 sewer mains replacement downtown rehabilitation. Item 9.19, page 471, bylaw 4531, a bylaw of the City of Medicine Hat to incur indebtedness in the amount of $1,500,000 for the purpose of 2020 sewer wastewater treatment plant trickling filters rehabilitation. Item 9.20, page 475, bylaw 4532, a bylaw of the City of Medicine Hat to incur indebtedness in the amount of $2 million for the purpose of 2020 water Anthis Red Water Program. Item 9.21, page 479, bylaw 4533, a bylaw of the City of Medicine Hat to incur indebtedness in the amount of $5,150,000 for the purpose of 2020 water mains replacement asset management program. Item 9.22, page 483, bylaw 4534, a bylaw of the City of Medicine Hat to incur indebtedness in the amount of $2,250,000 for the purpose of 2020 water mains replacement downtown rehabilitation. Item 9.23 on page 487, bylaw 4535, a bylaw of the City of Medicine Hat to incur indebtedness in the amount of $1,495,000 for the purpose of 2020 13 kV overhead distribution systems upgrades. Item 9.24, page 491, bylaw 4536, a bylaw of the City of Medicine Hat to incur indebtedness in the amount of $11,000 for the purpose of 2020 13 kV underground distribution system upgrades. Item 9.25, page 495, bylaw 4537, a bylaw of the City of Medicine Hat to incur indebtedness in the amount of $130,000 for the purpose of 2020 fiber upgrades. Item 9.26, page 499, bylaw 4538, a bylaw of the City of Medicine Hat to incur indebtedness in the amount of $450,000 for the purpose of 2020 asset and integrity. Item 9.27 on page 503, bylaw 4539, a bylaw of the City of Medicine Hat to incur indebtedness in the amount of $609,000 for the purpose of 2020 mains replacement and extensions. And item 9.28, page 507, bylaw 4540, a bylaw of the City of Medicine Hat to incur indebtedness in the amount of $500,000 for the purpose of 2020 new distributed services.
Can I get a motion?
So moved.
Second. Okay, that was our first reading. If we could vote. Yeah, they're all coming back. Yeah. That was unanimous, thank you.
So we have Councillor McIntosh's notice of motion. And we move on now to new business. Item 11.1, page 511, you'll find changes to City Council compensation for adoption.
Who would like to move this?
So moved.
Second that.
Any comments, questions? Councillor Samraj?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wanted to ask some questions. I read the Medicine Hat News article this morning about council compensation, and I was trying to reconcile what I read with what I know about what I make. So, I mean, my take home is $1,163.24 every 2 weeks. But in the paper, it talked about $25,000 in benefits there. I was just wondering how. I'm not disputing that number is inaccurate. But I obviously, I mean, I'm just curious about how that number is calculated and what, if anybody can help me understand that. It's obviously on the book somewhere, although it's not something I necessarily directly see.
Go ahead.
Through the chair, I'll take a stab at that, and if we want to get down into the arithmetic.
Samraj, can you turn your mic off, please?
CFO would be happy to take us into greater detail. I should probably just frame the report that's in the package and what this report is essentially trying to do. It was an issue that was discussed at Legislative Review Committee, and the matter arose initially as a result of the 2017 federal budget, wherein the federal government eliminated the 1/3 tax exemption for provincial and municipal officials. So the result of this is that a significant portion, 1/3 of the council members' compensation was transitioned from a non-taxable benefit to a taxable benefit, or pardon me, tax exempt to taxable income, which had the effect of reducing the take-home pay for council members. What you see in the package today is really threefold. Number one, to restore to a neutral position council members' compensation, base compensation arising from that change in the Tax Act. So it changes the mayor's base compensation from $104,450 per annum to $129,650 per annum. The net effect of that at a assumed marginal tax rate for the mayor is nil, so there is no net change to the take-home pay of the mayor. Similarly with councillors, the base salary for councillors or base compensation is $34,750, a third of that being tax exempt under the old system. In order to render the council member neutral on this tax change, that compensation increases to $43,150 per annum. So that's one of the changes. The second change that you see in the report is a change in the allowed RSP contribution for council members, rising from 6% to 12% at their discretion. So this may be something that some council members partake in, other council members don't. But the recommendation is to increase the RSP contribution allowable for council members from 6% to 12%. And the third one, I think, perhaps gets at, Councillor Samaraj, a more fulsome response to what you're looking for. The issue of council compensation is something that ought to, in management's view, ought to be rendered to a comprehensive policy, and that the intention is that we would bring forward to council for council's consideration comprehensive background and policy on council compensation. In all likelihood, that would involve a step of objectivity that would research each of the components of compensation and be able to offer you some analysis as to how they would compare to other municipalities, for example.
Thank you for that. If I may ask a follow-up.
Yeah, go ahead.
Or I guess just state my position on this issue. I'm going to support this, but I'm going to talk about 3 reasons why I'm supporting this. The first reason is because of the changes to the tax code. I don't want to ask any councillor to take a pay cut here. The second reason is it is always awkward and touchy for politicians to be in charge of their own salaries there, so I am happy that we are rectifying the situation by creating a policy that takes some of the sensitivity out of that. The third and final reason why I'm supporting this is that it allows councillors to opt out of this increase should they do so. Considering the other topics of discussion around here today, that is an option that I will be seriously considering. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Turnbull.
Thank you, Worship. Well, I'm going to, first of all, defend the increase in pay for the mayor. When you look at his base pay of $69,650 and his expenses of $34,800, which is not taxable. I don't know if you follow every council meeting and have checked the mayor's schedule. He is constantly on the move. He uses his vehicle. He doesn't gas up under the city expenses. He pays that out of his own pocket. He goes to all kinds of committee meetings. He gets all kinds of requests to buy tickets, support communities, support charities. That comes out of his own personal pocket. And so if based on the way the taxes will work now, he has to pay full tax on the $34,800, which was expense, and wear and tear on his car. Normally, if you work for the city, you get 53 cents a kilometer when you use your car for city business. He does not. I get it that we are in a financially fit program. I get it that we are all paying higher taxes. We're all paying higher utility rates. This young man, this is his full-time job. He has to live on that wage and pay his rent and his food. I'm retired. I probably don't need that extra money. But I will tell you this, when that $11,000 goes into taxable, it pushes me and my retirement savings plans, pushes me up into a higher tax bracket. So I suddenly go backwards. I start paying out more money in taxes than I would have had we not even done anything. But we can't not do anything because the government says you're going to tax you on that. So I know it sounds funny. The mayor and I sometimes are not always on the same page, but I wanted to speak for him because I think that this is a reasonable pay increase for the mayor, and I think it's reasonable increases for council. I do agree with Councillor Samaraj. I don't want to be a grandstander and stand up here and say, well, I'm not taking that money and the rest of these guys are all just a bunch of greedy people. So I'm not going to do that. I'm going to support that. And like him, there is an out for me if I choose to not take the increase. So, and I'm also like to say I'm glad too that we're going to have an independent committee look at future compensation for councils that'll be here long after some of us are gone. Thank you, that's it.
Thank you, Councillor Turner.
Thank you, Your Worship. It's interesting, and when I read the article in the paper this morning and then kind of looked at, it was on Facebook, and immediately people said, well, you know, the councillors are getting their salary increase from 23,000 to 43,000. They kind of forget about that 11,600 that was also part of our pay, but it was tax-free. And of course, when you start paying tax on that, I mean, when we looked at this program, we basically had that number in mind to have us revenue neutral, I guess, at how much take-home pay we get. We're getting the same take-home pay now as we got before. And basically, in essence, what this really is money being transferred from the taxpayers of Medicine Hat to the federal government, because that's really what's happening. That money that we were normally getting tax-free, we are now paying taxes to the province and to the federal government. And it's, so the taxpayers have to pay us a little more in salary to compensate for that. So from that point of view, it's one of those things that's downloaded on us again by other levels of government that we really don't have any control over.
Thank you, Councillor Hirsch.
Well, Your Worship, I almost put here as a housekeeping item, but it's more than that. I appreciate that money's being spent. Quite frankly, as an individual that kind of keeps the purse quite tight, I think it's important for us to all understand how did this come in front of us. It was alluded to a little bit in terms of the fact that the federal government has now decided to remove the tax exempt status that we, as council members, I guess, had for decades. And a point was made already as to, well, why don't we have a policy relative to this? Well, quite frankly, we've never been in this situation where we had to worry about tax rates and levels of brackets and that sort of thing until now. So my position was always, you know what, we entered into a certain contractual agreement as far as services, et cetera. My feeling is if we can just get kept whole, I'd be quite fine with that. Quite frankly, if you did the analysis, and I mean, I don't think it's made public, but you know, if you did the comparables, you know, I think for our level of service in terms of what we provide, again, we've talked about the mayor, but quite frankly, you know, all of us are in that same situation, and I think there's good value there. Again, the intention at this whole initiative is not for us to make any additional money. It's just to keep us whole in the face of a decision that was not made by this council and was forced upon us. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dominowski.
Well, Your Worship, it's been said a number of times, we are net zeroing our position. But what I do regret is our use of the words opt out of increase. This is not an increase. This is whether you accept a decrease for the same job that you did yesterday, last week, last month, last year. So it is not an increase. It's an overall increase to create a net zero position. And I know this job is a lightning rod for criticism, and there'll be plenty of people who will, if they haven't already, target us with the same aspersion because of what they believe to be the facts. But we need to make it clear, and I know we're all trying to, this is not new news. Anyone who follows the changes that were being proposed, the Liberal government made these changes. The marginal tax bracket rates require us to make these changes if we want to net zero our position. And I think it would be, it wouldn't be noble. It'd be foolish of us to, quite frankly, to sit back and accept that. Not because we're worth our weight in gold or anything like that. The public elects us, and we have a responsibility to live up to that. But it does come with some, you know, I don't want to say token compensation. There's a fair compensation for this job, but it has to be there in order to make up for the effort, energy, time, and costs that have already been explained to be in this role. And the nice thing is, every 4 years, you have your crack at it. If you think it's that rich and rewarding. You have your crack at this job, and the public has their say. Absolutely does. And I mean that in a most sincere way possible. So again, this is not a opt out of an increase. This is whether you accept a decrease or you want to net yourself out.
Okay. Before Councillor Friesen, I need a motion from someone, if acceptable, that we have to carry this meeting on past 11 o'clock.
Yeah, I'll move that.
Councillor Friesen? Councillor Hirsch, if we could vote on that. And that was unanimous. Councillor Friesen?
Oh, actually, I'll pass. There's no sense belaboring it. It's all been said. Thank you.
I think there was one more on the list. Yes, Councillor McIntosh.
So I just want to say, we're all sitting here right now trying to justify why we're going to be getting paid the exact same amount of money next month as we're getting paid right now. And we can thank the Liberal government for that. So, little shame.
Thank you. Yeah, I hope this is reported responsibly going forward. It is infuriating to suggest that I've been taking a massive pay increase when I'll be taking a net decrease, to tell you the truth, at these levels. And I'm looking at the media right now. This has ramifications for our families when you misreport, or you suggest that we've been taking massive increases, or tweet them out ahead of time before you've heard the actual, or ask for a comment from council. So, having said that, if we could vote. And that was unanimous.
Our last item of business, item 11.2, page 5, no page number. Appointments to City of Medicine Hat advisory boards, commissions, committee, and agencies. We do this every year to appoint our new board members. So the CAO and the city solicitor will be dealing with council's ballots. Council will take the time to vote now, and once the vote has been tallied, I will read it into the record. Thank you.
It was a good job. It was a good job, Brian. Budget made sense. It was good. You see from the questions. We'd stay up late on Nebraska. But you're retired, you had a whole different clock to work. We don't know what time it is. We don't know what day it is or what time it is. Trying to catch Phil, you know, it's seamless. How many things were they voting on? How many committees? Quite a few. 3, 4? You cold?
No, it's even best is been done.
One day I saw, I was watching the,
Did he have his
in the speakers.
glasses hooked on his ear?
He did.
And his eyes closed?
He did.
Well, why would that change?
He's very.
He used to push his chair.
Well, he'd be right out of the chair.
Yeah, like this. Have it come back. Is that Ricky?
Don't worry, never.
I've never seen you move that fast.
Are you waiting for me? I wanted to see how your democratic process works. I thought you were waiting for me. This week might work. I don't want to be on the Saskatoon.
Oh, no, that's fine.
But next week, are you around through the Christmas?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
That'll
That
work.
was an exciting meeting.
Pardon me?
That was an exciting meeting.
Well, he ain't gonna vote for you this time either.
Oh, yeah.
Slightly more than parent.
Like you, listen. And you needed a work buddy, didn't you?
Tired.
I was waiting for that. I'm like, I don't know how to do it.
Okay, if we could read into the record.
Okay, Arts and Heritage Advisory Board for a 3-year term, Wes Bell and Andrea Webb. City Centre Development Agency, 3-year term, Jeremy Silver. Combative Sports Commission, 3-year term, Dan Vass. Competent Assessment Review Board, 3-year term, John Frame and Simon Parker. Heritage Resources Committee, 3-year term, Patrick O'Brien. Local Assessment Review Board, 3-year term, John Frame and Simon Parker. Municipal Planning Commission, 3-year term, Gordon Johnston and Pete Vanderham. Police Commission, 3-year term, Sandra Redden. Public Library Board, 3-year term, Francis Barnes, Elaine Beerbach, and Rick Redmond. Social Development Advisory Board, 2-year term, Colleen Lewis and Yusuf Mohammed. Subdivision and Development Appeal Board, 3-year term, Larry Godin and Colin Grant. Youth Advisory Board, for a 1-year term, Matthew Birtle, 2 years, Sierra Perrin, and 2 years, Rhiannon Ware. And can I get a motion, please?
So moved.
And to destroy the ballots.
Any seconder?
Second.
Robert,
Okay. Any comments? We could vote. And that was unanimous. Thank you. Seeing no more business before this council, we're adjourned.